Flyer, in conversation with Mr. Sai Srinivas Kiranji, co-founder and CEO, Mobile Premier League. So without further ado, over to you, Mr. Kulkarni.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be over here. In fact, I recall my days when I was working with a gaming simulator company. And today, when I see a digital gaming mobile companies doing so well, it's really an honor to be in this forum. Uh, just to give you a quick introduction, today we are going to speak about reach, engage, and retain, which is one of the most important, strategically, I would say, a required things and keys things to be thought by each and every gamers or the people who are developing the games. Uh, in Apps Flyer, it's been 3.5 years, and I've seen companies growing, doing well. Before Apps Flyer, I was with InMobi, and I have seen how the gaming industry in India has shaped up. Before we started this conversation, I was having a word with Sai. There are very few homegrown companies who have really done superbly well. And we have MPL as an example. So, Sai, over to you to give a quick introduction, and then we can just start off with a few questions around.
Sure, sure. Firstly, thank you, Himanshu, I think we still have a long way to go to do really, really well. I think I'm very happy that in the 2 years that we've launched, we've been able to do reasonably decent job in India and also launch in Indonesia. I think to just give an introduction of who we are Mobile Premier League. We are a startup which started in 2018 in India. We are trying to build a competitive gaming platform, and in two lines, I'll very quickly tell you what is the future we see and why are we building this. I think in 2-3 years from now, you'll see a future where a gamer from America will compete with a gamer from Brazil, will compete with a gamer from Germany, and will compete with a gamer from India in large-scale esport tournaments where there are participants from across the world. You're talking about a tournament where there are million gamers competing from across the world using their mobile phones, right? And imagine a simple game like pool, but a million gamers competing in a tournament, and that's mind-boggling. That's just mind-blowing, right? And we believe that MPL has the opportunity to actually make that happen. And we've already done that in India for a whole bunch of tournaments. And hopefully in the course of the next 2-3 years, we'll be able to do that in the world. That's what MPL is all about. And I think we've just covered a very short distance in that long ride.
Great. So, in fact, in this COVID time, let's first get engaged towards the time which everybody had not forecasted or unforeseen condition.
Absolutely.
In COVID times, we had seen that there has been a significant impact on the industry across all the industries. But gaming definitely is one of those industries which has seen a considerable growth. And at AppsFlyer, where we have such a good market share and a lot of gaming companies work with us, we do understand that there has been a significant number of increments in the way people have been using games, the number of sessions they have been, the number of engagements they had, number of downloads it has. What's your view? What do you think it has happened?
See, I think during the COVID time, I think what necessarily has happened is all the digital businesses actually took off, right? I mean, gaming is one of the beneficiaries, but honestly, even edtech, honestly, even OTT guys, everyone's seen significant what do you call bump. See, but I think what's changed in gaming was that the industry was already taking up to gaming. What happened in the last 2-3 years is that in India, three things came together. You had devices, which is basically means that people had access to really low cost mobile phones. Secondly, you had internet, thanks to the revolution that was brought about by Jio. Everyone's got data connectivity. And third is payments. And thanks to UPI, everybody can now make microtransactions. These are the three pillars that are needed for gaming to actually thrive, right? Now, these three pillars already came in by the end of 2016, 2017. And by 2018, I think we're fully ready. So the industry was already kind of growing. But I think what COVID changed net was that COVID bought 2021 or 2022 in 2020 itself in India. It created an opportunity where a significant amount of audience interacted or got introduced to the world of gaming, right? So because of that, there was a significant amount of audience which took up to various different forms of gaming, and at the same time, they tried out a whole bunch of different products. So net, what it did was that this was anyhow going to happen in a couple of years or a year and a half. It just bought the future ahead, and a lot of companies in the Indian digital space immensely benefited from it. And I honestly believe that this is something that's going to continue in the course of the next 3-4 years. And I was telling you just before we started this conversation, right? In the last 10 years, India produced brilliant companies in the space of e-commerce, in the space of logistics. I think in the next 10 years, you will see India produce brilliant companies in this with probably even bigger market caps and valuations in the space of digital entertainment, be it gaming, be it OTT, or in fact even in the space of other digital products like EdTech.
True. In fact, very rightly said, there has been a digital boom which started in 2015. If you follow the overall mobile ecosystem in India, and initially from the way people were downloading the apps, it was reachable in tier 2 and tier 3 cities across India, has significantly gone up as the data charges went down, telcos supported, phones were very much affordable, which could support this, and that has really given a good boom. Very rightly said. And in fact, what we observed, there was a 239 to 250% of jump pre and post COVID in terms of the sessions which used to be used, which is like really high.
Yeah.
No, so let me ask you this question. Yeah, sorry, please go ahead.
No. Even we saw that during that time, people were playing different games. Like usually we see people playing about 2.5 different kinds of games. Like for example, you played a game of pool and you play a game of chess. But during that time, people were trying more games. So that number went all the way up to 6 or 7. So yeah, it kind of, I think everybody else will also say, will also tell you like similar stories.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sorry, but you were asking something else. Sorry.
So I wanted to know, have you seen any change in the behavior or say performance KPIs during this time? So we definitely observed a high volume, but did you even observe something which was a little different?
See, I think the one thing that changed during this time was obviously the CACs went down significantly, right?
Correct.
What do you call? I think the CACs went down quite significantly, and that obviously presented a significant opportunity. I think the other thing that that definitely happened during this time was that people, like I told you, people were more open to trying a whole bunch of different content formats, right? So that was the other thing. That was the other thing that had happened. Apart from that, I honestly don't see any other metrics that impacted. See, I think one thing that definitely happened was that a huge surge of users definitely came during that phase. But it's also important to understand that a whole bunch of users would also leave, right? Once things start to get normalized. Right. I think the most important thing in this aspect is to ensure that how you plan and target, and how do you plan to retain the growth and retain the customers who add the most amount of value to the platform, right? So I think from our perspective, we definitely saw growth. We continue to see growth, and we are very happy about the fact that we were able to plan it out in a way where we ensured that we got in as much fresh content as possible, so that people always had something new to actually try and something new to actually enjoy.
Great. In fact, one of the observations was that in-app purchases has gone significantly up. Our data shows that it's around 100% up for hyper casuals, and about 34% up for various gaming sectors.
Yeah. See, I think if you look at it, right, in India, in-app purchases has honestly been a bit of a laggard when compared to some of the other ecosystems and some of the other countries. In India, other forms of gaming have been much better in terms of monetization, right? But the fact of the matter is that again, this higher monetization that you're talking about is here to stay. I think in the next 4 or 5 years, you will very easily see even companies which are doing in-app monetization break the $100 million revenue barrier in India. I think it's going to happen. See, I think people also need to realize and understand that in-app purchases also need to be attuned to what our customers like, right? You can't make a Halloween in-app purchase and expect Indians to buy it, right? I mean, apart from people who are in metros, most people don't know what Halloween is, right? So, which is why, honestly, recently when we got these merchandising rights for the Indian cricket team, everybody keeps talking about how you can sell physical merchandise, but you can also sell a lot of digital merchandise. Why can't you buy specific Indian cricket team based merchandise inside a game? You can of course buy that, right? So we see this future playing out. We know that this is going to happen. It's just a matter of time. It's not, the behavior of people fundamentally stays the same, be it India, be it US, be it Europe, right? It's just that what happened in US probably might happen in India about 10, 12 years down the line. So this is going to stay.
True.
Maybe it might decrease for a few months post things normalize, but I think you'll again see a recovery, and you'll start seeing steady growth year on year. And like I told you, right, by 2024, 25, you'll easily see $100 million revenue plus companies purely out of in-app purchases in India.
Perfect. In fact, you touched the good topic, which was merchandising during IPL. What do you think was different during the pandemic situation where nobody was able to go physically and watch the game? But did you see as an MPL or anybody who is associated with the cricket fantasy league as a sector growing, and any user behavior changes which we used to see and over the past few years?
See, I think one thing which is important to understand is even if people were to go to the stadium and watch, I think the number of people who watch the game in the stadium is literally a minuscule when compared to the people who are going to watch that game at their home, in their televisions, or via any other OTT platform, right? So, see, I think that I don't think people not going to the stadium made a big impact. I think what IPL did, I think in all credit to the people who made it happen, is I think it brought a lot of cheer to the entire ecosystem. It brought a lot of cheer to the country as a whole. And sport always does that, be it physical or digital. Any sport, any competitive sport automatically puts a smile on everyone's face. And I think what it told you also is in a way the future, right? Like usually people think sport is only played when stadiums are full, right? Sport can be played even when a stadium is empty, and sport can be watched by billions of people on their mobile phones, which is also the case which I was trying to tell you. What is cricket today? Tomorrow, two people can be playing a game of pool, might not be in a stadium. That one user might be in Jalandhar, the other user might be in San Francisco, and they're playing the final of the World Digital Pool Open on their phone. And hopefully, and I'm reasonably sure millions of people across the world would be seeing that. How is that different from anything that happened this year? It's just, that's what I told you, right? It bought the future ahead. So I think from an IPL perspective, what it did obviously was that the viewership, I'm sure everybody's aware of, was much higher than the previous year. So automatically that meant more people came into the fold. So I think that was good. And it's also very interesting that IPL got just followed by the festive season in India. So I think in a way that was also good. But net, I think the biggest props should go to the people who actually made the tournament happen. And I think it was good for the entire industry because it could sustain the growth that the industry saw before that.
Sure. Let's touch upon a little dark side. Whenever there's a high volume, there's a fraud which also comes in.
Sure.
In fact, what we also observed is that there was a significant amount of fraud which creeped in social casino or hyper casuals. What's your take on it?
See,
and
I think
how do you battle at MPL?
Yeah, so I think fraud is a fundamental truth in any business, right? I mean, tell me one business that doesn't have it, right? Every business has it, right? Right from the smallest businesses to the largest ones, everyone battles this. You know what? The beauty of digital businesses is digital businesses can actually tackle fraud way better than physical businesses. And I'll tell you why, right? In physical businesses, there are more humans involved in every step of the way in the supply chain, right? You purchase something. So let's assume you purchase something somewhere that needs to move from a seller to the middle guy to then another middle guy, and then eventually put into a plane or something, and then eventually delivered to you. The beauty of digital is that everything's moving on the cloud, right? and everything's basically a data point. So our strong opinion right from the beginning of this year has been that the only way to solve and curb fraud at scale is via machine learning, right? And I'll give you a simple example of how fraud can be curbed in a game. Say, let's assume Himanshu, let's just play this out, right? Let's assume I'm playing a first-person shooter game on a mobile phone, and you're also playing the first-person shooter game on the mobile phone, right? Now, it so happens that you're a user who's trying to cheat, or you're trying to create a situation where you're trying to do something wrong with the game. The way 99% of the users would play the game in terms of the number of times they tap on the screen, or how the heat patterns look, would be very similar for all of them. Whereas for you, it would look very, very different, right?
Exactly.
A simple machine learning model will identify that in an instant and very easily categorize you as, hey, there's something wrong with this guy, right? And usually machine learning over a period of time, it only keeps getting better and better, right? Some of the biggest companies in the world, even some of the Chinese companies have this is the thing where they've become very, very good at, right? And I think for us in India, for the scale that we have, whenever we talk about 1.3 billion people, the only way to curb this is via machine learning. And at MPL, we've not only have pioneered that for our games, and pioneered that across the board. And by I think June or July of next year, we'd be able to say that we're 100%. In fact, every org inside our company would be implementing consistent machine-driven learning models than human-driven models, and that's honestly the only way to curb fraud.
Absolutely. In fact, no doubts about it. We, as an attribution provider, also look into it, and the data and the signals, what you just spoke about, really gives us a lot of insights to create a complete fraud-free environment around it. So bang onto it. Let's move on. Customers to believers to advocate. This is the usual flow what we have. Let's talk about how you acquire the loyal and a customer which stays with you for a very long time with a high LTV. What are the different creative ways to acquire such customers?
See, I think the most important thing to understand here is that as a platform, and we are a platform, right? We have everything from chess to fantasy sports to first-person shooter games to pool, so different kinds of games, right? So I think that automatically increases our TAM quite significantly, right? I mean, everybody eventually is going to play some game or the other, right? Now you might play game of chess, or you might play game of pool, or whatever you enjoy playing, right? So I think whenever you have a net that can be cast that wide, the most important thing to understand is that you need to create personalized journeys, and you need to create a lot of again, I'll come back to the same point again, machine-driven recommendations to customers. And this is true about anything, right? Even if you go to Amazon, the way your homepage is going to look, or any e-commerce site is going to be very different from someone else's, right? So I think it's important to understand that to engage and retain users for a long time, the most important thing you need to know is that you need to understand how these users are behaving. Say, for example, if Himanshu Kulkarni as a gamer loves playing a game of pool, and he's played X number of games of pool, and he's enjoying that game. Tomorrow, if a Sai comes into the ecosystem and he's also playing the game, then he's similar to Himanshu. Then Himanshu and Sai should probably be paired together so that they enjoy the game together. So it's simple things like that, right? So that's point number one. I think the second point, which is most important, is I'll ask you a simple question. You take any OTT platform, right? And people think OTT platform and gaming platforms are different. They're actually very, very similar. Both of them are providing entertainment to the end customer, right? In one way or the other, right? What makes you stick to an OTT platform for a long time? It's simply new content, correct? Right? Whenever new content keeps coming, you engage with the new content and you keep sticking to the platform. Even for a gaming platform, it's very, very important that good quality new games are available on the platform. And which is why a couple of weeks back, I was speaking somewhere else and I was saying that the only way to build a sustainable gaming platform is if you can get game developers to publish good quality games on the platform. I'll give you a couple of examples of those things, right? We have this game called WCC Cricket, right? It's one of the best mobile cricket games in the world, and it's made by a third-party developer, brilliant developer. They've published on the platform. In fact, we have multiple different. We've got this game of Pool, which is made by a developer from Hyderabad in India. They've published their games on MPL. And whenever you make developers publish and you ensure that developers are able to monetize, then more developers will come. Then automatically more content comes onto the platform, and automatically you can engage users for a longer time. In fact, in the last 1 year, MPL has paid out. This is literally the first 9 months of operations as a developer platform. Before this, we weren't fully a developer platform. In the first 9 months itself, 9 months to 10 months itself, we paid out close to 10 crores in revenue as to developers, right? And I think this number is only going to increase. And the more developers come, the more quality content gets made. And honestly, in the longer term, that's the only way you retain users.
True. Well said. Well said. Since you have been talking about machine learning, you've been talking about data. Let me ask you this question before we move on to the engagement strategies. That what granularity of data you read to kind of have a judgment or preempt the judgment that which users will be engaged with your app, and any strategies around it you have already implemented?
See, I think from a data point of view, we read very anonymized aggregated data, right? It's we in fact the only kind of data that we usually look at is what kind of games are you enjoying, and what kind of games do you engage with more, and what kind of stuff do you like? So, for example, there are people who like turn-based games, for example, pool and caroms, or chess also, right? And then there are people who like strategy-based games. There are people who like puzzle-based games, right? Puzzle-based games are things like word games, Scrabble, or Sudoku, for example, right? It's another word-based games. So people, there are people who like these kind of games, and our decisions of which game to provide is also based on that. So even if you take most OTT platforms, their decision to make what content is also based on how their user base is engaged with the existing content that's available on the platform. So our usual data that we read is primarily around what kind of games are engaging our users better, and it's primarily done in a way to decide what kind of games we should bring to the platform, which will engage our users what will make our users even more happier.
Sure. In fact, some of the data shows that D30 retention is about 1 to 2%.
Right.
Which is also a question to you and the team, that in such cases, how do you think that what are the different tactics to be used by gaming company so that the people who have installed the app, they retain, and then they not only retain, they're also high LTV users?
See, I think you need to also look at two things, right? One is user retention and one is revenue retention, right? I think what you're quoting is more the industry average and how most apps across the industry.
Yes.
I think also the thing is averages are very misleading, right? So this is in my first job when I was at Zynga, I think one of my mentors told me that if I put one palm of yours in a burning fire and I put the other palm of yours on a block of ice, the average is probably going to be 50 degrees. But that's not representation. It's not a representation of how uncomfortable you are, right? So I think what important, 2 points here, right? First is user retention is of course important, but it's also important to understand revenue retention. This is what SaaS companies do. They always look at revenue retention, right? And for companies, it's important to understand how your revenue cohorts are doing. That's one. The second thing is it's also important to understand that while averages might be this, the moment you look at 70th percentile or 90th percentile, you see significant jumps from what the averages look like, right? Because it's also important that in the averages, there's a huge long tail also. And the problem with the long tail is most of these games might not even be in active development. Those games are just there in the store, and people are probably just not engaging with them as much. So user retention, important. Revenue retention, very important. And I think when you look at the 75th percentile or the 90th percentile, I'm reasonably sure the D30 numbers would be about higher single digits or early double digits.
Yeah, top 3 things for any early game developer to keep in mind so that they have a successful launch, and of course, tied back to retention as well as engagement.
Sure. I think the first thing you need to look at is a low CAC strategy to acquire customers, right? And low CAC doesn't necessarily mean throwing money on Google and Facebook in terms of digital advertising, right? You need to think through different strategies, saying low CAC, because what I'm going to get on Google, you're also going to get on Google, right? So you need to think outside the box and you say what the number one thing for any new game developer out there is think about how you're going to acquire users with the lowest CAC possible, right? The second most important thing is think about a really, really strong referral system and figure out how you get the existing set of users to refer more users. Third, and the most important thing, which is in your control, retention, etc., so on and so forth, you'll figure out over a period of time. But the thing that is in your control is figure out what is the kind of content you will keep launching. Shouldn't be you launched a game today and you don't know what you're going to do in that game a week from now. You need to launch new content, which can be new maps, which can be new in-app purchases, which can be new events, right? It can be a new tournament that you're launching in your game, but it has to be something that there's something new for the user to always keep coming. So I think these 3 things for me would be the top priorities if you're launching something new always.
Perfect. So we are short of time. Let me take at least 2 questions from the floor. The first question is about, as we know, real games have been banned in certain states as game of chance. What's your take onto it? And second is such games and platforms is being affected. What is the way forward?
Sure. See, I think this is a subject which is, I'm not honestly a subject matter expert on this, to be very, very honest. I think the most important thing here is for the industry to come together and speak in a unified voice and educate everyone as to what these games are and how and look at some of the other ecosystems in the world like South Korea and a bunch of other countries as to how they've gone about figuring this out. So I think this is something which the industry experts will eventually figure that out. Second point on engagement affecting seasonality, I think that's got more to do with fantasy, to be honest. Yeah. I think it's more a fantasy-driven issue than more generic games. I think for that, I think the most important thing for you to figure out is how you can engage them in the down seasons. You might try and figure out putting some mini games or a bunch of other things. For us, it's not that big a deal because we are a platform and we have a whole bunch of things on the platform. So of course, during sports season, fantasy picks up a lot. But during the other seasons, games like pool, caroms, and a whole bunch of other things that we have on the platform is good enough to engage our customers.
Perfect, great. That should be good, Sai. And we are actually on exact dot time. We all know that mobile gaming vertical is expected to grow and reach about 370 million plus in coming years. And it's really going to be a great ride for everyone. So yeah, absolutely. That should be good. Thank you. It's really a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Himanshu. Thank you so much for the time. And thank you, IAMAI, for this wonderful event. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely.
Well, gentlemen, it is us who should be thanking you for this wonderful session. Couldn't have expected a better opening session to this event. With that, we close to this session. The audience, please stay tuned for the following sessions in the same halls. Thank you very much. Keep safe. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Introducing our panelists, we have with us Mr. Prasenjit Ghosh, PlayStation National Head, Sony India, Ms. Lakshmi Kanolkar, CEO, co-founder of Game, Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, founder and CEO of Virtual Institute, and Mr. Rohit Bhatt, CEO, 1990. I would request the delegates to keep posting their questions in the chat box, and the panel will address a selected few at the end of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for being part of this session. I think we have an interesting 45 minutes, hopefully. I personally believe is the future of gaming in India. We have seen a lot of action in real money and other aspects, but casual gaming in multiple devices is really the future. We have a very eclectic panel. We have Rohit, who's created casual games and created world-leading traffic on his platform. We have Lakshmi, who develops games for various PCs and mobiles. We have Arijit, who's actually created. He's a device entrepreneur and selling devices, gaming devices internationally. And we have Prasenjit, who obviously leads the bellwether in gaming in India and at Sony. You're familiar with in terms of the PS range and other products. So with this, the way we are planning to do this is I'll leave it to each of the panelists to give a little bit of a deeper introduction about themselves, and then we come back to talking a few minutes about the sector, and then getting into deeper discussions. We'll take questions at the end of it, and please feel free to put that in your chat box. Over to you, Rohit, if you want to, give a few minutes about yourself. Thank you. Rohit, you're on mute.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Pankaj. Hello, everybody. I'm Rohit. I'm the founder and CEO of 99 Games, developing and publishing mobile games for the world market and as well as for India. Okay. So as a company, we have two-pronged strategy. We build the mobile games for the world market, which is where most of the monetization is happening for us. And we also keep experimenting in the Indian market by building content which we download, but also monetize. And I think that's part of our ongoing journey, which I'll be happy to discuss about later today. But that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Rohit. Over to you, Lakshmi, to talk about a little bit about.
Sure. Thank you so much, Pankaj, and hello everyone who's listening. So I'm Lakshmi, and I'm founder CEO of Apar Games. Well, I personally have experience now in games, and in Apar Games, we have been developing games for Indian as well as global market, be it on mobile or on PC, whether it's a game for entertainment or for gamification, maybe. So that is so essentially everything in games and interactive entertainment is what we specialized in. And I'm looking forward to this great conversation that we are going to have.
Thank you. Over to you, Prasenjit, who's leading the Sony console initiatives in India. Prasenjit.
So, hello everyone. Prasenjit, I've been with Sony for the past 18 years actually, half of which in consumer electronics across different platforms, and the other half, the last 9 years, I was privileged to work with PlayStation. We've seen the kind of growth in the adoption and excitement around console gaming these past years. And yeah, that's about it. I'm kind of part of the PlayStation team here in India, and good to be here with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Prasenjit. And now we have our device entrepreneur Arijit from and he's doing some very interesting work. Arijit, over to you.
Thank you so much friends, for the opportunity. IAMI, and of course, kudos to Gato for the beautiful platform. Hi, this is Arijit Bhattacharya, founder of Virtual Infocom, India's one of the oldest game development companies since 1998. I have a couple of hats, so let me tell you about myself. I'm Senator of India for World Business Angels Forum, which is a G20 country with finance and investment. I have been an angel investor for the last 16 years, and I have got one company based out of India called Entrepreneur Phase, focused more on growth fund, and I run another investment banking company called Abilu Global Digital, which is based out of Australia, Sydney, and I have a small base in Middle East, which is a VC fund that I represent as a fund manager. And of course, on technology front, I did quite a few work in virtual reality. I used to code on my own hands on formal coding, which is nowadays don't exist nowadays. It's used to call as virtual reality markup language. Nowadays, everything is happening on latest generation devices, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, of course, extended reality, which is a beautiful thing that is coming up. Of course, I'll be sharing you a few bit of understanding whatever we have done so far. So what we do as a gaming company, let me come back to the gaming company itself. We take a real life actor and actress and very humbly tell them that let us make you popular, and we convert them into a 3D gaming character, create a supernatural game title out of it, and then float the game into our own ecosystem, of course, in the mobile device as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arijit. So we have the intros done now. Just wanted to give you a little bit perspective about ourselves and the sector as we see it before we get into a deeper discussion and insights from the esteemed panel here. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. I represent Maple Capital, which is basically a boutique investment bank established in 2010. We are focused on consumer tech, gaming, amongst other sectors. We focus on M&A, private equity, and we are based in New Delhi. We have been focusing on gaming quite actively. In fact, our recent report's been quite widely quoted, and might be happy to you can download it from our site. It gives we are pretty intrigued by the fact the pace at which the sector is growing, how it's getting adapted, and how we have seen very good traction happening here, both investment and consumer traction. Just wanted to spend a couple of minutes on online gaming, what we are talking about, and how we see the market. It is very interesting. There's about 2.7 billion gamers, and India is a big part of this. About 300 to 400 million gamers is somewhere the kind of traction we are getting from India, and 85% of them on mobile. And this is because over 500 million people are connected on smartphone mobiles now. Overall, it's a 160 billion market, and consoles form almost 1/3 of that market. Apart from this, gaming is also one of the cheapest forms of entertainment next to themes like Netflix, and 85% of games are free to play globally. These are some interesting statistics which came out of the Gamers Conference this year, and 73.5% of people prefer single games, and balance is mix and multiplayer. And consoles are preferred by men actually more than women. And Sony obviously is a market leader by a large margin, and they do over 167 million consoles. But India is still a long way to go there. It's about only 2 million combined consoles sold in India, and if you see, the Indian market has actually grown on back of very good traction on casual gaming, but also substantial monetization and traction on the real money side. So I think the challenge we face, and especially we are talking about more devices, is how do we create better traction, better monetization on casual gaming. And consoles and multiple devices are one very good traction on that. And we'll talk more about that. So, ballpark, we are great traffic on gaming coming from India. Values are small. Console market we are small but growing. And I think there is a high potential there for us to now move up the value chain here. Also, as we're talking more about devices, I just wanted to give a sense that this is where various developing efforts, the developer efforts are directed to nowadays. If it's still, PC, mobile, followed by PS, PS4, Xbox kind of focus. And this is extremely crucial in context of what we are talking, because the deeper developer ecosystem you have, the deeper traction you will get on your devices. And clearly with the penetration, mobile and PC takes the, lion's share. But I think that's something which is going to change, or at least is going to diversify as we go forward. So that's a few minutes from us, and I now move on to deeper parts of the discussion where we want to kind of talk about where we are in the space and how we want to expand it. So I want to, take, start with maybe Prasenjit, who's actually, live into the deep end of alternate devices beyond the mobile, and his experience, the traction they're seeing in India, and how do they see compared to other markets. Prasenjit, over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Pankaj. Basically, if we look at it, if I take a few steps backward and ask ourselves a very fundamental question, that where is gaming in India? The one word that I can use to define that is basically we are still niche. Niche is the word that we can use, as compared to it's not part of mainstream entertainment like movies or cricket. So that automatically leads to the next question, that where do we want gaming to be? Obviously, we want it to become mainstream. So from a console perspective, what we've been doing over the past years is, I can speak for myself, that my primary objective has been, I've driven my team with the primary objective is to increase the size of the pie rather than grab market share, which is automatically follows that. So all of us have our roles to play. One of the very strong reasons why I wanted to join was us to understand everything that is done towards improving the status of gaming is kind of one added to the efforts to increase gaming in this country. So yes, and so that has been the effort that we've been trying to drive, and we see a lot of positive impact coming out of all these efforts. So when you have one gamer playing a game alone, it's always better to have two people, even if one of them is playing on a PC and the other one is playing on a console. So that is an added benefit. If that guy playing a game inside a room by himself rather has the game being played on the center of the living room, that is a big addition to the overall efforts towards improving gaming. If 2 people are playing and 22 people are watching, that is even better. And that is exactly how gaming becomes mainstream. And, I'll take a couple of minutes more to say that, unfortunate though it is, the pandemic kind of brought in new habits into India. Maybe OTT has been one of them. Gaming has also been one of them. So we saw a very big rise in console gaming in the past few months. And we see what we can say the beginning of the movement of that, maybe a console, I can speak for a console for that matter, movement of a console from a standalone kind of a device to a center of the living room phenomenon. What we call a progress towards mainstreaming. That is it's a very strong kind of sign for us. And most of you are domain experts. Most of you are experts in gaming here. So it's a great learning for me. But what I understand that all these are different parts. But if we take an eagle's eye view of it, all of us working in our own areas are kind of adding to the overall excitement towards gaming. India kind of picks up speed a little slow, but when it does, the sheer size of the youth population that we have is very strong reason why, given the inherent strength that we have, when we pick up speed, then we can leave everybody far behind. And that is how gaming is headed towards. So whatever we are doing in our way, I am focusing on console gaming, all of us. I think even this discussion included is probably a step in that direction towards making gaming really big. So yeah, I'm very excited about gaming and overall great excitement.
Thank you, Prasenjit. Very interesting. I think it's you probably got the deepest insight on alternate devices. But having said that, mobile continues, and mobile gaming itself is a very new phenomenon in India. It's not like a very old phenomenon. And who better than Rohit to talk a little bit about his experience over the many years? He has done some great, casual gamings with world-leading traffic. So Rohit, what do you think? How do you see this mobile as a device? Obviously, it seems that we are trying to talk more about beyond mobile, but mobile itself is a great device which has created awareness, and that is the first step to get into other devices as well. So what has been your experience in traction, monetization, quality of games. How do you see India's position on this? Over to you.
You look at the journey. You generally need a couple of key ingredients for anything to be big. So in mobile gaming, it was mostly about availability of powerful devices at an affordable cost, which is now available in India. PS4 is a great mobile device. Then you need cheap bandwidth, and that is already available now thanks to Reliance Jio and others. We have very cheap data connection. Okay. Then third thing is the monetization habit. Right now, we are probably the download we're number one in terms of download in the world. And if you look at the value, rightly said, the value is still it's yet to be built, and for a lot of developers, and they start seeing the value from all the effort that they put, the revenues coming in, they'll always be hesitating, in terms of investing in the content. Okay? And the fourth thing, is the actual the actual localized content. Okay, anywhere in the world, ultimately you monetize to consume content where they are able to relate to it, right? Of the television year 2000 and all, the first few years of liberalization brought a lot of foreign programming to the country. But after that, after some 5-10 years, most of the top soaps in India were the local soap, the soap opera. Okay, so I think it is nothing but another form of entertainment, form of content, and we see with seeing magic happening with where we seeing content that is from a local perspective, as developers to make that content available. I think every other piece of it is there. The devices are there, the bandwidth is available. I think the monetization habits will accelerate now, and being open to pay for their mobile phones. It's time for a lot of developers in the country to start building content that million people will relate to. Or now, as you put it, 600 million game can relate to. So yes, very, very excited about where we're going now.
Great, Rohit. I think you're right, and there are some markets like Turkey, which are creating world-leading games, and there are. I mean, I was talking earlier, and Prasenjit even highlighted that it has become a neighborhood phenomena. There are gaming rooms, and there is active, very active ground level participation. We are already seeing that from RMGs seeding it, but it's a different consumer. I guess the casual consumer is also kind of gravitate. I mean, we have seen how FIFA has developed in other games. So, obviously there is good excitement, and, Lakshmi, who's basically done this for many players internationally and in India. What has been your experience? How do you see this journey? Because as Rohit pointed out, content is king, and if you are able to do that, then that's going to drive better traffic, better monetization. So what has been your experience, and what are the challenges you see?
Sure. So yes, what Rohit said is absolutely right. That if the content is something that you can relate to, is appreciated. Now it is also, and the gaming is just not the content, right? Because it's not a passive entertainment. It's more an active entertainment where the user is acting on the content, unlike a TV. So it's not only the content; it's also what also matters is where is the content being consumed, whether on mobile or on PC or on any other console, and because the play on that also adds to your experience. I'll give an example. So we developed this 5v5 multiplayer game, where 10 players can play together for a capture the flag, things like that. And we did this for PC and as well as on mobile. In India, we tied up with IGX and Comic Con and, demoed the game. we saw for PC, there was a great amount of interest in Indian audience too. So we said, yeah, that's a great. We did see that there is an opportunity, but after developing, we realized that the user, the mobile player, interacts with the game differently versus the PC. So even at your in your strategy of either development or even distribution strategy, it is important to keep in mind that which device is being where your content is getting presented, because you need the customization as per the experience of the content of the platform as well. Yeah, so that's my take.
Very interesting. I think obviously you are more motivated to do PCs and mobiles, but as the other phenomena kind of grow in terms of device penetration and all of that, certainly that could present interesting opportunities. So coming to other devices, obviously we have Arijit, who's created his own device and selling that internationally, developing in India and multiple countries. Arijit, what has been your experience? What have you created, and how do you see this opportunity? Do you see that any possibilities for this in India and the Indian developer ecosystem? How do you see that?
Okay, thanks for the question. Let me answer it in a different way. Let me share you a couple of failure stories so that you can understand how this ecosystem evolved so far. Probably in 2011, we launched a game called Shuku Duku, which became really popular in European countries. The concept of the game is pretty simple. It was taken from a folk story from Bengal. And in real life, kids need to adopt sometimes a cat, a dog, or maybe a fish. If he does that, then only they can actually take a picture and then the journey will continue. What happened from parents' point of view, those European people, they used to send us emails giving us a lot of reply in the chat box that their child's total mentality has been updated and uplifted. When he tried that, the same thing in India, it didn't click. Probably we were too early for the market. And then we launched another interesting fact, which is like when I was traveling to South Korea, I got in touch with the cosplay stuff. So we launched India's first cosplay e-commerce portal, and it failed like anything. We pumped in money and then we tried to put it like anything. And then 2012 to 2014, we run it in India. Then we stopped doing anything in India. We are now running it in the Asian countries. We're really, really happy that things are actually moving. Now, if you ask me about devices, trust me, India is not ready yet. The first and foremost factor is the bandwidth. So if you don't have proper bandwidth, whatever device you have, if you are actually selling your game or maybe distributing your game through cloud, it's going to be really difficult. I would love to show you a few of the example of our console games. For the, I think others, can you run the website called ashwatthama.game.com? Is it possible? Yeah. So this was developed in 2012 as a mobile version, and then slowly we converted the whole game into the console level. The only reason is you have to actually go for the hack and slash. So if you really want to do the proper slashing, you need some kind of mechanism which cannot happen in only mobile. We wanted to give a proper kind of sword or maybe axe to the audience. And this is an interesting story. Let me take maybe 1 or 2 minutes. We actually tried to incorporate the Kalaripayattu fighting style inside the game. And we traveled to places. We talked to a couple of masters. We video recorded them, motion captured their movement, and then slowly we converted the whole thing into a gaming experience. Again, this failed in India. The only reason is we couldn't get any kind of ecosystem which was ready at least in 2012, 13, 14, or till 15, which can give us a satisfactory answer that yes, this kind of device is available and it is price sensitive. So what we did since 2015 onwards, I was thinking, can we do something cool, something which is more affordable to the next generation audience, which can probably convert our title games. I can go on with our titles, but I think for the sake of the time, I'll stop it with only one game. So we did this. we made a device which is in VR. If you can just stop the presentation, it will be great. Others, yeah. So we developed this device, which is a solo virtual reality device. It doesn't have any kind of wire. It's complete wireless. It's connected with your cloud network. You can download any content over here. You can watch movies and play games. You can, once you download the game, there are two different kind of module available for this device. One thing is for sure, you can play with these buttons. So there are two different level of buttons, which is giving you a satisfactory result where you can maybe step back or maybe move your hand or maybe move your legs. And then we have a second generation of this device, which is this one actually, which is giving you a motion sensor. You don't need any kind of button. It's a 180-degree motion sensor through which you can actually detect your hand and your leg. Can I have that video, Alice? Is it possible? So what happens when you turn this on as a motion sensor, it will actually give you a flexibility. I'll probably stop for the video. So as you can see, it is not at all connected with any PC, any other devices. It's a standalone one. It includes its own RAM and processor. It is detecting the person's hands and legs both. And he is fighting with another character, which is Mahishasur from our old mythological character, of course. It's a 3D one. So what happens when you use such kind of device, you can have a number of possibilities, and those possibilities are really huge. So we are building a game for football with one of the finest football player for Liverpool. And what we are doing, we are actually simulating everything so that as a player, as a gamer, you can learn how to play football. And it's not a kind of, you are inside a football game and some other players are actually playing with you. It's going to be more of a teaching module through which you can learn and understand how to play football. You don't need a actual football with these kind of devices. So football will be in VR, and you can learn according to the total tutorial base. Now you call it as a game or you call it as a maybe a edutainment, depends on you. But when you look at such kind of devices, I can go on with devices like we have tied up with a Korean company who developed gesture control rings. So you don't need any kind of motion capture device. If you have an AR glass, that AR glass can be connected with that gesture control rings, and you don't need this kind of this kind of devices. It's just like this kind of small glasses with gesture control ring. You can play in augmented reality. So those kind of things are actually happening in various parts of the world. I'm talking about Brazil. I'm connected with, we are connected with another company who are doing amazing stuff with cryptocurrency. So they have incorporated cryptocurrency enabled payment system inside the games. So when you talk about devices, when you talk about gaming ecosystem, honestly speaking, the subject is so vast, so huge. Like all of us can probably go on with that particular subject, like maybe hours and hours. But coming back to India, my personal feeling is India is developing, and we will probably see India developed just like Western countries or maybe Asian countries. Those guys are, maybe some people say that those guys are crazy. But the fact is, if you go to these Asian market, they are so passionate about such kind of gaming characters, maybe on superheroes or maybe their popular characters. Sometimes they convert their own attire or maybe their eyes or maybe their face to look like that kind of character. Sounds crazy, but sometimes what happens when you check on the IQ balance. As per my understanding, my small understanding, if you're playing some kind of game which is on FPS, and maybe you're playing some kind of game which is on maybe using your brains, that is actually enhancing your kids' IQ level. So there is a gap that's happening, at least from parents' point of view from India. We feel that if you're playing games, you are probably doing something, horrible, and you shouldn't play game or you shouldn't develop game. And I have been talking to a lot of engineers who are becoming game programmer. huge respect to these guys who are actually developing games. They are actually the guys who understand maths, physics, at the same time programming. So until unless from parents' point of view, we give them the respect and say that, hey, okay, fine, my kid, he is a game programmer, that is perfectly fine. Maybe he is not developing some kind of ERP, but he is doing something amazing using AI itself. He is using ML itself. It's not that they are only using some kind of C# language as for the sake of C# language, or maybe C++. I think that's needed more on. That's more my take rather than devices. I think we need an ecosystem. We need a balance in the universities where probably they can have gaming as a syllabus in a mainstream. Fortunately, I created one syllabus for one of the university here in Calcutta. They are running it in 2 colleges over here. But I think we need more of these kind of ecosystem. And we need more of such kind of device-centric programmers. It's really hard to get such kind of programmers, such kind of designers. And I'm sorry if I'm taking a lot of time. It's kind of maybe I'm talking.
No, I clearly see, Arijit, you're really passionate about it, and congratulations of creating Indian stories in collaborating internationally, selling it internationally, and obviously hoping that India moves fast enough for you to sell in India as well. So I think it's interesting. I think the ecosystem part is very important. We've had the IT sector kind of take off over the last 15, 20 years and seen how it's contributed. I think gaming with the size, $160 billion industry, presents phenomenal opportunities. And I think we have heard, and maybe Prasenjit, you had some, since you represented the CI as well, you have seen certain state governments kind of support some of these initiatives, despite not supporting a lot of gaming sectors. But they have supported development and making development centers out of India, I was hearing from you. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about that, and also your experience on how you are seeing it India versus other markets.
Well, as I just mentioned, that for India, gaming is yet not a mainstream entertainment, which it is in the rest of the world. I think Arijit, in some way or the other, echoed that sentiment as well. So basically, here, the ones who are passionate about gaming, that's a very small section of consumers who are basically excited about gaming. Now, what we have seen in my hundreds of events, thousands of events that we have conducted, customer-facing events and shop floor, my time spent on the shop floor, I realized that customers basically who buy a gaming device are basically, they don't take that decision on the shop floor. That decision is taken playing with a friend or seeing a friend play. That's generally, it's peer pressure, how it happens. Now, because the size of the population is low, therefore, the influence level is automatically lower. As this grows in size, the overall section, it becomes big. So, which is not the case with a mainstream entertainment. People watching, let's say, a movie, they're discussing, they watched, let's say, a Delhi crime. So 10 people talk, 100 people talk, 1,000 people come to know, another 10,000 come to know, and that's how it kind of escalates. It becomes a tipping point of that scale. Gaming, it's beginning to happen. It requires, for gaming as an ecosystem to develop, it requires many factors are required to kind of make that overall grow. It needs gaming enthusiasts, which is gamers. It needs, of course, the development studios to come in and set up base, which kind of, in a way, supports the gamers in seeing a journey for themselves and for their parents to see that, oh, this as something that Rajit just said, that I have a future. He can look at programming and be a part of this. There is, let's say, a Rockstar who has a setup here, or a Ubisoft, and more of these development studios. Third, what you just mentioned is that government enterprise to kind of add a booster to that. So when there is because it's not easy. I think our other panelists here are experts in that, who can say that it's not easy to set up. It's not so easy. It costs money. These kind of setups are very expensive. So if the government helps in providing land, in kind of giving subsidy for machinery, the expensive machinery that is imported, then it kind of, the whole ecosystem gets a boost, and then the thing develops. So you need all these people. You need excited gamers. You need creative people, talented people, people who are technologically strong at the same time, who have the creativity, the bent, both of which are not lacking in India, I'm quite sure. And the third is government help. a kind of incubation support at that point of time when it is on its nascent stage. After that, it becomes self-sufficient. This is something, coming to the third point that you mentioned, is that, yes, we've had in one of our discussions a representative from the Telangana government coming in, and they are kind of setting up this kind of thing. More of this is needed across India. When this happens, then kind of developers or people who see themselves being a part of this industry, because it not only means qualification, it also needs, it needs somebody to be really passionate about gaming to be a part of it. All these gentlemen and lady who are here are kind of passionate about gaming. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been here in this business for so long. So you need somebody to act as a stimulant. If the government does that, then I think gaming will kind of be fast. So I believe that's a very good step in the right direction. Right.
No, great. Thank you. I think clearly it's really essential to get that support. We have all the ingredients here. I've been telling in various fora that we have all the ingredients in India to become great developing centers. So Lakshmi, you have been actually developing these games, and you think some of that support will help? What are the challenges you face, and for you to become even bigger in developing games across platforms? What are your views, both positive and challenges?
Sure. So I would say that when I started this firm, this started in 2008 or so. And the challenges that I had to overcome were immense. I mean, right from, obviously, we started with the concept of that we would do the services for the world, learn how it is, and then use it for our own game development. That was the strategy. And it was at every step, it was really important for us to prove that, okay, we can do it. Even India does have a talent for games, and we can do it. Because when I was saying that we can create games, we were not even considered, or as India saying that, yes, you do have a great software engineers, but do you really know, you guys really have game programmers? And this was the question that I had to face all the time. Yeah, so yes, probably those times have now become easier because the tools like Unity and Unreal and other gaming engines are day by day making things easier for a lot of people to at least try doing game development. Now, being said that, once the tool part is sort of sorted, the next logical thing comes is that gaming is a business where you have to try multiple things before you get your one big hit, right? And to do that with your own money and your friends' money, it's really going to be expensive. So certainly anybody in the ecosystem can help. If it's government, obviously the government support would certainly boost this this gap of someone trying to do something new, or trying at all, would definitely help if government helps us. Also, any other, maybe a platform owners, or maybe the program owners or the technology owners could help to incubate these talent. It's important because, as Rohit rightly mentioned, is that content is the king, right, today. And if I want to try something different than what is running in the market, I need some support to believe in my passion and my dream. When I say my, I mean I'm representing sort of every developer who wants to create something new. Because if a new and a creative idea has come on board, there's a lot of trial and error that goes behind it. And I know how hard I have tried to, evaluate various things. And of course, it gives you a lot of immense amount of knowledge, which you otherwise do not get. So the issue with India is that we are in game development per se, and also in a gamer per se, we are probably a decade behind the other world, in terms of gamers and as well as development. So for us, it is a little more harder than otherwise, to try something out and learn something. So learning curve is much more, difficult curve here for us.
No, great, Lakshmi. I think we have a few minutes. I'll ask Rohit to come in, but one of the points I want to highlight is really coming out. I mean, India gaming has taken off a back of mobile penetration, and mobile has given access and market. So Rohit has been an early mover in that and created some phenomenal mobile games. And what has been your experience, and how do you see, and what are the challenges in a couple of minutes, so we can take one or two questions and close the panel.
I think this is in gaming.
We can't hear you clearly. You want to put your, you want to maybe put off the video and then speak?
Yes. So what I was saying is there are two areas of support. One is government support is always welcome. We saw what happened in software export when STPI was established in 1999 or 2000, and the whole IT industry took off. So government support is always great, but if it doesn't come, probably in terms of talent, I think I'm seeing a lot of change in the last 4-5 years now. There's so much of talent coming in. And whenever we attend an industry event, we see that clear change from last year and this year in terms of the quality of talent and the kind of questions they ask. That we are improving by leaps and bounds over a period of time. But all this talent, all these small companies need access to capital, or investment. Probably a 10 lakh investment or a 50 lakh investment or a crore investment, because all these people have ideas. The ideas are all there, and there is a platform now in terms of mobile where people can build something quickly and see if it will monetize or it will gain traction. But I think that part of it is missing. And I think if there are very gaming focused venture capital firms which are willing to do seed and series A level kind of investment and show improvements in traction as well as company offtake, I think that is exactly what this industry needs at the moment. I think everything else is there. We need capital that can bet on the incredible amount of talent that is there in this country now, for it to go to the next level.
Can I hop in?
Mr. Karna, you're on mute.
Absolutely need for a seed fund to propel the sector. Ask various authorities to need to canvas to see if we can carve out there, because the market is big. India is getting bigger. We need the ecosystem. Couple of questions. I'll quickly take one or two questions and we close this. I think the first question is quite interesting, and I maybe ask Prasenjit to kind of talk about it. It is about how have the dynamics of the industry changed post introduction of console and PC based games on mobiles? Would you like to take that? Because I think that's clearly in your domain.
Yeah, so I think I'll answer it from a consumer point of view. In this, that the moment a consumer who probably owns a console and his friend doesn't own a console know that they can play with one another, I think that is one of the first steps in the direction of increasing the acceptability and excitement around gaming. So I would say that whenever this happens, this is great news. Fortnite, for example, very popular in mobile phones, playable on a console, is great news. Though I understand it comes with a painful fact, as Lakshmi mentioned, that there are roadblocks on that. But I would still say a multi-platform ability for a game to be played across actually increases the acceptability of gaming, and I think that's good news. That's a great thing to happen.
Just to add to that, someone's asked that considering the ease of availability of low costs of mobile and internet, how are mobile gamers being pulled towards console gaming, which needs them to incur a greater investment?
Well, I'm going to answer this by giving a completely different example. That the moment there is of course a huge market, there is a huge captive audience for mobile phone gaming. Some of them would not be satisfied with a mobile phone gaming. They would want a bigger experience, and that creates a platform for people to kind of go ahead and play a console gaming. The same logic applies to people taking photographs on a smartphone and then deciding that this is not enough for me. I would like to buy an SLR and go into the next level. So I think in a way, it's a great mobile phone gaming is complementary to the growth of console gaming, or for that matter, PC gaming, more serious kind of gaming.
Great. I think we have run time, so we can offline answer any other questions. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for
Prasenjit,
very
can I add
exciting.
something?
Sorry.
Pankajji, can I add something?
Yeah, sure, Arijit, please.
Yeah. So we are talking about, I think Rohit was asking about the access to capital and probably few of the VC funds who can maybe check Indian gaming community for investment. With my small background, so I actually didn't give my full details. So I'm a consultant to Asian Development Bank along with a couple of other banks worldwide, including few of the largest banks. So we actually look at the companies from the perspective of how you are actually going to give the return of investment. So whenever you are pitching is for the audience, for the maybe the indie developers or maybe the existing companies. What I have seen so far, which is lacking in India, from the perspective of Indian gaming company as a gaming company owner, sometimes they lack the point of how they are going to do the ROI. Number one. Number two, what is the exact pain point that they're probably trying to solve? So there is a huge lack of understanding. I agree on that part that in India we have very limited number of investment bodies who are more focused on gaming or maybe deep tech. I would call as deep tech. Maximum funds are more focused on something which is different. They are looking for maybe some traditional or maybe who is doing well. So there is a huge opportunity. There is a huge opportunity for Indian gaming companies, not only the indie game companies, I mean, the established ones, because their pipeline is so strong, they can always create a structure so that they can have maybe a growth fund or maybe series A or B. Now, actually, when you look at the indie game developers, they have nice idea, great ideas, all acceptable. But when you talk about investment into the company, they don't have any company. Okay. So rather than pitching to an investor, they should pitch to the publisher. There is a huge difference between publisher and investor. So I think this message should go to the indie development studios instead of applying to the investment bodies or maybe the established VC funds. They should go for the seed fund or they should go for the publisher. Once they can crack the deal, this is the right time to raise capital. That's my small understanding, maybe from the larger fund. And if any help requires, of course, I'll be more than happy to help, more than happy to help from whatever small and big strength I have.
Thank you, Arijit. Very, very kind of you to kind of give that additional insight. Over to you, and I think thanks everyone for their time. I hope we've been able to give some insights. Prasenjit, sorry.
No, I think I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much to all our speakers who made this discussion super exciting and enlightening. Another thanks to our platinum partner, AppsFlyer, and digital growth partner, Innovi. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Session of Gato 2020. This third edition of the flagship IMI event is brought to you with the help and support of our partners AppsFlyer, Innovi, Unreal Engine, Mobile People League, Metrimas, Asian Institute of Design, VR AR Association, and RedSeer. For this session, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Manish Agarwal, CEO of Nazara Technologies, for his keynote address. Agarwal, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Guys, first of all, thanks to IMA for having me here. And it's been a pleasure to work with Shubho, Nilotpal, Bhanu, everyone. And today I'm going to not really give you about the prediction of the market. I'm not going to talk about what drives gaming. But I think Gato as a platform, which we have been working together, is a really great opportunity for us to come together as an industry, figure out what are the key challenges and key areas of which we want to highlight, which we want to work together, besides really celebrating the key notable achievements from the community, from the fraternity itself. What I wanted to cover today is that I truly believe that gaming is one of those sectors which has really now got a acceleration and it's going to go places. Whether one likes it or not likes it, this is a rocket ship which is taken off, but will further accelerate in coming years with all the macro drivers being in place. The onus is on us, all of us, to really figure out how do we make most of it, and make most of it collectively as well as individually for all of us who are part and parcel of this industry, very small nascent industry. And I thought, let me kind of put together my thoughts on what I believe is the opportunity and what can be done in conjunction with the government to really unshackle this industry and really let it achieve the potential which it have. I put together a few slides. I've been working with IMAI, FICCI, CII, multiple formats so that we have one common thing in alignment. And then from different interactions with the policymakers, we could really deliver the same message. So I would like to kind of share some of my thoughts. These are my personal thoughts. They are not reflection of the Nazara as a company. They are not representative of Nazara's official point of view. I just want to caveat that right in the beginning. And without much ado, I will kind of just share a presentation which I've created today for the audience. So what I wanted to create is, I wanted to create a very simple thing that can gaming really become a massive opportunity for employment in India? And can gaming really become a great source of exchequer revenues for the government in India? Because those are the two very, very important things. While gaming is purely entertainment, and it's the cheapest form of entertainment because you don't have to really pay for playing a game. It's free. But the opportunity which the consumer behavior within gaming present itself are amazing and massive, and which is where, if we are able to kind of tackle the two things which really are material to the policymakers and the things which are material to the industry, and they are both same, they are not different. And how do we really create that? There's some framework which I will kind of take you through. But before that, some of you are familiar, most of you are familiar that what I spoke about, this is really going to grow. Number of gamers are almost touching 360 million. They are crossed. They are going to be almost 400 million. Number of downloads, we are the largest country, almost largest country in the world in terms of game downloads. All the macro factors of smartphones, data, the pricing of data, delivered speeds is pointing that this growth of number of gamers is going to be very, very fascinating, right? If you were to look at, I've created some bit of comparative because I believe and I've been in gaming industry for last 10, 12 years, and I've been avidly following the growth of gaming market across the world, and particularly fascinated with the growth which has been witnessed in China in last decade, not last year. And if you see some of those comparisons, they're very stark. Look at the growth from 2002 to 2013 and 12-13 to 2020 for the China market. And then you look at some of the indicators where India is today, you would see that broadly we are 7-8 years behind. Whether you want to take on the gaming expenditure or number of Gen Z millennials or gamers, or the revenue of the gaming market, or the live stream viewers. So all of those factors, if you see, we are broadly somewhere in the vicinity of 2012, 2013 kind of thing where China was. And with all the macros which I spoke earlier, I believe that the same kind of growth trajectory we will be able to see in India market, what China saw in the last decade. But that's not going to happen on its own. It will need some kind of cohesive thought process working together with everyone ecosystem, including the policymakers, to really kind of deliver. And what I truly believe that with the talent pool which we have in India, with the kind of more and more high quality developers coming out of India, why shouldn't India really be able to create and build global gaming brands? When countries like Finland, very small population, when countries like South Korea, very small population, are able to fire the imagination of gamers around the world. As a country, we have all the raw material present to us. We are learning fast, and it's manifested from roughly around 5-6 years back. We had 40-50 game studios. Today, we have over 400 game studios. The quality of gaming studios is improved. There are many studios which are built in India, global brands. So I think that's the opportunity and the soft power which gaming really offers, which India could really capitalize, not just from the perspective of building our soft IP, but also from a revenue creation point of view. We all know the kind of revenues that PUBG had and Supercell has had and Rovio has had. So the massive opportunity kind of really exists. And the beauty is we have the best of both the worlds. We have the talent which can build global games and target global audience. Plus, we have a large domestic market. Unlike some of the countries which I spoke about, we have a very, very large domestic market. So the opportunity for build in India for India or build global brands from India, both opportunities really exist. And that's directly manifests itself into the jobs and into revenues. I truly believe in next 5 years, this industry could create 10 lakh jobs and could create a net addition to exchequer of 10 lakh crores. And these are not the numbers which have been plucked out of thin air, but once you kind of really look at gaming and gamification and all the services which really make a game tick, can India become the hub for gaming? What we have seen in past, both from a gaming product point of view, gaming IPs, as well as gaming services and gaming gamification. So I believe that's where India's opportunity lies. A massive amount of opportunity to acknowledge India as a global gaming house, generate substantial amount of revenues for the exchequer and contribute back to the whole society. Build Indian IPs. I truly believe for us to do ARI, we need to be self-reliant, which means we need to really have a large talent pool, supply side pool of people who could really contribute across spectrum of gaming, and that will generate employability and employment at scale. Both of that is going to really happen, which is the framework which we are discussing with various functions in the government. And I would like to kind of, this session is more a sharing of the thought process, also soliciting feedback from the fraternity as we move further on evolving an enabling framework for the vision of 10 lakh jobs and 10 lakh crores revenue creation can happen. Few things which I will touch. I will not touch upon all the 10 items today. The time is short. But some of the items which are very close to me, which I believe are fundamental enablers, I will touch on the enablers. While the themes are very, very clear, which I spoke about, how do we create original content? How do we make India a hub for global game development? How do we make India, but we need to have some similar kind of an structure and an architecture for curriculum creation, intellectual bank of what kind of pedagogy, what kind of content needs to be created, which is where it's National Center for Education in Gaming. How do we really create both content as well as distribution and into each of the states? How do we really ensure that we have a framework for students to come in and participate and learn gaming at a pretty early stage in their education? So how do we have a national center for gaming? How do we really need regional school of gaming? So that's the kind of framework we are looking at, and then bring it along with the smart cities is something which is important. Now, if you look at it, I believe that, and I have 2 daughters, I've seen how their gaming and introduction of gaming at a very early stage in the ICT curriculum really helps them to pick up some of those concepts, to really feel thrilled about learning how to design games. And if we can really bring in the creative aspect of gaming along with the ICT in the early stages in these class curriculums, school curriculums. I think that's the first initiation and adoption which will happen. Then you can get into the undergrad courses through regional school of gaming and then a national school of gaming for a postgrad. And then it could be a feeder for the entrepreneurship in gaming, because gaming, unlike many other industries, does not require high capex. What it requires is a really perseverance passion for people to keep at it and keep chipping at it. And it's a multifaceted, multi-stream. And how can we really look at dovetailing it into the national education policy, which has a lot of emphasis on applied learning. And gaming is one of those streams which really comprehensively covers the entire application aspect of the learning. So to me, this is really important, but this would only get achieved if we were to really create a large set of supply side through a framework and put that framework in place, rather than having one-off credit or half credit courses somewhere running. And what do we need for that? Because it needs teachers, it needs training the trainers, it needs curriculum. That's why it really is a topic which could be done in partnership with private and public, but under the whole skilling council is what I would urge. And one of the things I would really looking forward is working with Shubho and the rest of the team to really make that happen. Second thing is, while you're working on creating supply, let's spur the demand, because we are a unique market. After US and China, there is no other such large market, and there is no untapped large market left like India, where the gaming is still very nascent. Though we have 365 million gamers, our gaming revenue is just $0.9 billion compared to $14 billion of China. So it's such a large market which is still untapped, and we have the advantage of the population. So how do we really figure it out and spur the consumption of the gaming? And one of the beautiful things is that a mobile gaming or a console gaming or a PC gaming or an XR gaming, all of that lends itself into a beautiful competitive gameplay, which leads to a spectator sports, which is where esports comes into picture. And how do we really create esports arenas, esports tournaments, esports viewership, and build heroes from the grassroots, which become heroes like what we see in cricket or what we see in other sports. I believe that's really going to happen in esports. And how do we really facilitate that whole consumption? Again, linking it back to smart cities, not creating new frameworks. How do we really create those cafes? How do we really create esports arenas? And that will become a self-sustaining revenue generation opportunity, in my opinion, with the support from brands, which will be very keen to connect with Gen Zs and millennials whom they are unable to reach in the business as usual on television or on other digital platforms. How do we really look at spurring the virtual goods purchase? Now, today, the whole gaming, free-to-play mobile gaming is driven by virtual items. And that's what we need to look at. And hence, what I'm saying is this is the infrastructure which is needed to really pull all of this together, to ensure that your collection of exchequer happens. You can really spur the whole entrepreneurship by saying that the exits which happen in gaming, that tax which government takes gets plowed back into the industry, and you can create more and more entrepreneurs out of it. And then how do we, as I spoke about, creation of gaming schools, export zones, esports arenas. Last but not the least, it is important, and I don't know how many of you know, gaming really falls between 5 ministries. And that is where the ease of business really gets impacted and affected from a policy making framework. And if there is a nodal office which is really interacting with the industry, which is working with the industry, and ensuring that we are part of many initiatives of the government already, I think that's, to me, is very important for us to really be able to achieve enablers across education, skilling, infrastructure, ease of business, all of that. So with that, I will take a pause. If there are questions, I'm happy to kind of take the questions. I can see there are two questions here. So first question is, what role does the government need to play to promote the industry? I don't think government needs to promote the industry. Government role is to enable the underlying principles which I spoke about. Then the industry will itself take off, whether it's creating demand and facilitating it. Again, it's not that you are looking for an investment from the government. You're looking for a framework which can be put together and in which gaming is an integral part of it. Similarly, gamification can be something which can be adopted in different schemes of government, which can help in when you interact with the whole gaming education and gaming curriculum. That can be really useful. Third piece, which is important, is that getting clarity on the commonality of policies on game of skill versus game of chance, ensuring that there is a common nationwide policy so that more and more investment can come into the gaming business without any ifs and buts. So I think providing clarity and creating those enabling policies is important rather than promoting the industry. Industry is quite capable of running on steam and accelerating. I think tier 3 cities, in my opinion, the best aspect and the way to work is work within a smart city framework. And I've looked at the whole smart cities list, and we've identified from northeast, south, northeast, all the box. You could really look at tier 2 cities where, as I mentioned, you can create regional schools of gaming. You could create esports arenas, cafes. You could create the export zones where some global servicing hub can happen. So in my opinion, that's how you can really have a very concentrated, comprehensive program, which is running in conjunction with smart cities, rather than being some other initiative which does not have the real wherewithals to stand on its own. So that's my answer. Happy to take any more questions.
Well, we do not have any further questions from the floor. So, Mr. Manish, thank you so much for sharing your learned perspective with us. Thank you for making time out for the Gato. We look forward to your engagements in the future. With that, we end this session. Everybody stay logged in for the next session. Stay safe. Goodbye from my end.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks.
Welcome our moderator for the session, Mr. Rajesh Pantina, Head of Marketing, APAC in Mobi. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
And now welcoming our panelists. We have with us Mr. Amit Sethia, CMO, Syska Group. Ms. Prachi Mohapatra, CMO, FBB, Future Group India. Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, co-founder and CMO, Pocket 52. And Mr. Rashmi Ranjan Mishra, Business Head, Brand Solutions and AD Network Relations, Nazara Games, who will be joining us. Over to you, Rajesh.
Thanks a lot, Aparna. It's really great to have all of you guys as panelists, and going to be actually discussing on this topic of why gaming is going to be the next big channel for advertising. Now, again, before I kick off, I think a much detailed introduction is warranted. So I'd like each one of you to just go around, just introduce yourself, and then we can kickstart the discussion. Starting with maybe Prachi, you can go first.
Thanks, Rajesh. Hi everybody. I am Prachi. I work with FBB fashion brand for Future Group, and I handle fashion. I handle beauty and personal care and the kids category for Future Group. So yeah, bit of time with a long background of food, FMCG, beauty and personal care, and fashion retail in my portfolio.
Dave, you want to go next?
I'm Debashish. I'm from Assam, Guwahati. A long way journey to Bangalore. Totally have 15 years of experience. This is my second startup that I'm doing, and pretty much proud of what we have built over a period of time. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Dave. Amit, you want to go next?
Hi everyone. My name is Amit Sethia, and I am the CMO for Syska Group. A name that is very well resonated because of the LED lights in the entire country.
Great, Amit. That's definitely an introduction. Rashmi, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Can you hear us fine? You might want to unmute yourself and then go ahead and introduce yourself. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Go ahead, Rashmi.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone is doing well. Myself, Rashmi Ranjan Mirna, I created the business uh, for Nazara Games free-to-play division, and I've been with Nazara for last 4 years, and has been one of the very early believer of mobile gaming doing well in India and subcontinent. And yeah, so uh, we are here for a long time. Nazara has been in gaming ecosystem for last more than 20 years, and we are going for an IPO early next year, and we have a very strong and professional teams who work on different gaming content, and we have been developing, publishing games for last couple of years, and we have built a strong team who are delivering good gaming content to a different set of audience.
Thanks a lot, Rashmi. As we all are actually today on this panel, pretty much virtually, and as a consequence of the pandemic, there is actually another category which has really gained a lot, which is gaming, and that's what we are here to discuss about. Now, first up, just to set some context, right? Now, overall, globally, I think, especially when it comes to April of this year, we've seen at least 4.7 billion gamers that exist. And imagine the entire population of the world is basically 7.8 billion. So could turn out that at least a couple of them out here are basically gamers. And at the same time, if we look at how what has happened is the huge trend is that mobile has ended up democratizing gaming. What was really a very intensive buy of sorts has become very easy with the advent of mobile, and that has basically made it 2.6 odd mobile gamers in the world, with close to basically 48% of the games driving a lot of in-app purchases, right? And that's basically a huge number that we are looking at. Now, coming to India, however, what we've also seen is that 1 out of 10 of the world's gamers is Indian. That means we are close to 400 to 450 numbers, 450 million gamers in India. The numbers slightly vary based on sources, but that's the range we are in. And out of that, 90% of them are mobile gamers, right? Which is basically either on apps or on mobile web. Largely 90% of everything on mobile is on apps. So therefore, it's ended up being a very huge app-based, mobile-based ecosystem in India when it comes to gaming. And again, an interesting stat in that is 1 in 3 of these mobile gamers are basically women. And so therefore, just to open up now, this is where the consumers are. This is where the entire consumer trend is. Now, to just open it up to everybody, starting with maybe Amit, what do you guys think? What are your thoughts on, personally and again, brand-wise, on gaming as an advertising medium per se? What do you have as a perception today? While we wait for Amit to answer, we'll probably kickstart with Prachi again.
I'm your favorite.
Yeah.
So yeah, coming to how the gaming environment has been looking for us. We are a huge brand. We've been doing a lot of this new innovative medium for us to be able to reach out to our new consumers. Look at us as a brand. We are a young brand. We are a fast fashion. We are a contemporary brand. So for us, it is imperative that we reach out and have a look out for these new, new medium to be able to reach out to the right PG all the time. Have we employed these services? Yes, we have. A part of our business have employed the services, and they have featured in our media plan at some point of time. Personally, our experience has been a mixed bag of emotions. there have been great examples which I'll bring to the fore, which have worked for us. And there have been lukewarm responses as well to some of the initiatives that we have taken care of. How do we look at it from employing it as from a marketing perspective, or it featuring in our media mix for a longer period of time? I think, yes, we are definitely looking at it positively. We have not struck it off from our media plans as of now, and we definitely have a game plan for it. So as of now, yes, it's still featuring on our media plan.
Thanks a lot, Prachi. That pun intended was definitely something that was a great kickoff, I must say. Moving on, we can actually have Dev just share a few comments, and then we'll move to Amit to share his views as well on how gaming is perceived among brands.
So it's a very interesting question. Like, I'm happy that I've been introduced at the last minute to summarize this. So I'll tell you, when does it start? Like, it starts with a gaming computer. Like when you tell your father 15 years back that buy me something where I can play some games, because earlier for Prachi, me, Amit, and others in the panel, it was all about brick games and other things where we start playing. So I was one of Northeast's first-person shooter gamer, like who played games on a community basis. Like during our times, we had great amount of CP game drops. From there, everything evolved. Like that negotiation of graphic cards, like buying them for your PCs and also buying the second-hand ones. Like you go and do tuitions, you save money, you build those like gaming beast. Like it's a phenomenal thing what gaming has done. And I still remember like one short thing. So during those days, if you want to do something in gaming, some education in gaming, the only course available was for animation, which was Nowhere Gaming. And you had to go to ICAT Hyderabad to do a 15 lakh rupees course. Then it was quite expensive for me. I couldn't afford it. But nothing streamlined for gaming. Now when I see that people are there, they're playing AOE, Age of Empires, Dota, like there is mass community now. There's PUBG and similar games have Fortnite. These games have been introduced. You see like so many lawsuits happening between gaming companies, Apple, Google. It's a great time. Any press is good press for gaming. That's all what I believe. And I certainly believe that gaming is in our blood. Like the co-founding team, the way we have made this team at Pocket 52, it started with a world-class game. We have definitely started. I'll speak less about Pocket 50. Doesn't want to sound endorsing this, but yes, on a simple note, we know that we'll build games, and we have gamers. And when I say gamers, we have a worldwide audience. And games are so amazing things that anybody at any age can play beautifully. We had edtech backgrounds in the past, and now we are looking to gamify the games that are being there, like with education. So the last thing, just to conclude quickly, imagine we have all read that particular story in our childhood. Ek kauwa aata hai. He basically drops a stone in particular like a pot, and the water flows above. And you go. Imagine you put a VR glass. You are that particular crow. You go into that particular pot. You put that particular stone. You drink some water, and you go away. That's what I'm expecting for my 5-year son right now at this moment, and I'm going to build it or somebody else. So this is very exciting right now at this moment.
Thanks, Dave. A definite mapping of the entire arena you're in today with Real Money Gaming and the entire gaming environment itself. So definite synergies there. Amit, you want to quickly share your perception and personally as well as brand wise, what do you guys think of gaming as an advertising medium?
Definitely, I want to start by quoting what Siddharth Banerjee, he spoke in the conference organized by IAMAI in the month of March. He said something fantastic and very, very fundamental. He said that digital is not only digital, right? I mean, like it's moving with a very fast pace. Starting from a very traditional digital to the interactive digital, and now to a situation wherein we are, I think, all chasing immersive digital experiences, right? I think in the same fashion, as a brand, I don't think I am excited, or I'm going to be excited only to look at the low hanging fruits of online gaming, because we need to first of all understand what are we, discussing here, and maybe we need to dissect a little, certain layers to, to set the real context as a brand. Like when you say online gaming, there are a lot of various buckets which are available to us, right from your fantasy gaming to real money to casual, and then there are some skill based gamings as well. So what are we looking? I think that is something I want to understand first, and because that will invariably decide as to what kind of visibility or engagement that you want to create, right? I don't want to be seen, with the wrong set of gamers, rather, I would say, because that's a big no. See, Cisco is known as a very thought leader brand within the category of LED. And over the last couple of years, we have diversified into various categories, right? And yes, there are some categories which are very, very apt to the kind of audiences that attracts, these kind of online games, etc. So, but challenge here is to say how can you fit this brand proposition the right way within the online game, because I cannot just go and plainly paste my ad content, which is so far a very sorry state, I guess, because we believe in creating a mother content and then we paste it across all the channels and all the avenues. I don't think it works that ways, right? So if there is a skill based gaming platform, what are you supposed to talk? If there is a, like there are a lot of gaming platforms which are actually driven by chance, you don't have to like really need a skill, right? What exactly are you going to do there? And above all, I think Prachi will agree with me as a marketer that there is this whole pressure of ROI, which is you know you know you know trying to put a reflection on whatever we do, that okay, is this the right thing or not to do, right? So I think, are you looking at branding or are you looking at something beyond in the space of performance is also something I look at it. So far, just to summarize, I have not been approached by the platform so far, which gives me all the right answers the way I am looking at for a brand. Because definitely, it's okay to be not a part of a platform rather than putting the brand in a dangerous space, which is maybe not regulated right now. I don't know who's going to do what, etc., etc. So these are my some of the questions which in fact I want to put across the entire panel today and see what kind of perspectives they have for these questions rather.
Thanks a lot, Amit. You did a reverse Uno on that. Thanks a lot for that. but quickly, just I think based on whatever you, Prachi, and Dev have actually mentioned, I think for the purposes of just talking about advertising on gaming, we'll try to look at two broad buckets, which is to say there is casual gaming and again, esports within the gaming bucket. If we look at these two as broad categories, and within that, we'll try to basically explore the idea of either just general, media placements such as display, video, etc., or custom solutions where you do, say a game takeover, etc., etc. And setting that, thanks a lot for bringing that up, Amit, and we'll definitely have a good debate on that. Now, just to make sure that we're getting the other side as well, I want to bring in Rashmi and share his views on what has been, his experience about the perception on gaming in these two particular categories in India.
Well, Rajesh, so far as my view and perception is concerned with respect to gaming, it is no more a medium which is completely leased and where brand 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, I would say back, brand used to think that it is not part of their core gaming audience, is not part of their core audience. Right now, the landscape, media landscape, and has changed with the help of a lot of advertisement technology, and as pointed out by Amit and Prachi, that definitely ROI is a major concern. It has been a concern for a long time for advertisers. As I said, with the advent of new technologies and the scale, measurability, viewability metrics, obviously in-game advertising or in-app advertising has served a lot of purpose and it has got a lot of meaning in the current current times. And so far as the particularly the ROI point is concerned, gaming advertisements, your banner, video, display, in-game advertisement, custom solutions, yes, they do solve the purpose. They address the concerns of the brand to to deliver the right ROI for their marketing budgets.
Got it. Thanks, Rashmi. And probably you can touch upon those in detail as we progress in this panel. Now, quickly going back to Prachi. Now, you'd mentioned that you've definitely tried out gaming, right? And as basically, again, Amit has mentioned some questions, and probably those are questions you've had when first approaching gaming. If you could just break it for the audience that is listening to us right now, what was, say, the first attempt that you had, or one of the unique experiments you have done, where it worked for you, and why did it work for you, or it didn't work for you, and why did it not work for you?
There are two examples, and in fact, taking what Amit had mentioned, and as a brand, most of us have a question on table. Of course, the ROI is a big question on table. And as I mentioned, as a young brand, we definitely have a huge onus to be always be visible and always be relevant for the customers that we reach out for. We started this experience employing this entire medium 2 years back actively from a sports point of view. We were a huge on-ground partners for IPL, and that's when the entire association with Hotstar started. Hotstar Watch and Play started. This was one of the better success stories from a gaming perspective as to how we had participated in it. Of course, it was an add-on or a multiplier effect, considering that we already were an on-ground partner for the sport, and it just added a lot of benefit for us. It had a multiplier effect for us, in fact, since we were already visible very strongly on ground. So from the perspective of what the entire objective of being on Hotstar, see, look at Hotstar. When Hotstar actually started watching play, the entire objective was to actually speak to a younger customer, get them engaged, and finally get them on their platform. So for us, it was the right speak, it was the right association, and as Amit mentioned, it was a low-hanging fruit for us at point of time. So we jumped onto it from a perspective that let's just chase this entire customer that is there on the platform and is watching cricket actively. So this was the first fundamentals, and in fact, it was a good mix of gender as well. So for us, we were absolutely making it very easy for customers to be able to engage with us. We were right on the first level of experience that you provide, and the first level of win something that you provide. And in fact, what happens is as you go up the funnel, the interest keeps on the interest to go to the next level, of course, starts a little bit, becomes inching. The inching becomes a little bit far difficult. We were very easy. We said we just have to be very accessible to whoever is there interacting with our brand. Let's be at level 1 and level 2. Make it a low-hanging fruit. Let them convert, and let it be an online to offline experience. And for us, it was a fantastic success. The redemptions that we saw on those coupons that we were seeding on Hotstar Watch and Play was amazingly high. From an online to offline perspective, it was even better. So for us, this has been one of the success stories from our first gaming experience. That's like 2.5 years back. The recent ones, of course, there is an onslaught of games which Amit already mentioned and Rashmi already mentioned, that there are money-making games and that there are casual games, and we had started trying to flirt with the casual gaming options as well. Relatively, I think it was an extremely lukewarm response from where we were approaching. 2 points to absolutely look at from a marketeer's perspective. The ask is always, of course, the money that you're getting on table. From a perspective of what we are trying and the cohorts we were chasing, we had opened up this platform for the first time ever on casual gaming perspective. I don't think it was the best way to go about it. I think there is much more as a marketer when we have to start flirting with this platform more seriously, rather than just it being a programmatic ad being served or just an impression that you're chasing. It becomes a futile effort. Because the customer here, even if it is, I think from a safety perspective, it is one of the far more better brand safe environments to exist. But I think it's still a space wherein I will start questioning my ROI.
Got it. So, Prachi, just to follow up piece there. So you're saying irrespective of being a branding or a performance kind of campaign that you are running, you're ultimately looking at ROI, and therefore gaming ends up being looked upon as a performance medium at the end of the day. Is that what you're saying?
See, from a branded content point of view, even if you're serving an impression, not be just, it should at least function as a brand recall. Look at a typical marketing parlance, what we say that when you're serving, when you're trying to reach out and maximize your reach, it should at least leave a brand recall. Or CPMs should not only be just served for the purpose of reaching out, right? At the end of it, it's a multiplier effect. If you're employing a CPM campaign, it's a multiplier effect. You're definitely wanting to follow up with a conversion campaign, or you have a stronger CPA to be followed up with. So from a branding perspective, I think it might serve some purpose, but as of now, as a marketer, I think as of now, we still have not cracked the right mantra or right able to employ this from a performance and from a branding perspective. I think the ask on table from the marketers is to be able to see a proper mix. I would like to bring to a fore a bit of a point also. I don't know how many new games are actually employing this. Most of the games which were being employed earlier, apart from the Hotstar ones, which I have seen, because this comes from the belly of media brands who have been in media for a really longer period of time. There is not a common ground between marketers and gamers as of now. Our understanding of the space still has not been explored very properly. We don't properly know that what is the value on table you bring on. If I see an ROI, fantastic. If it happened by fluke, oh, I don't care. It happened by fluke. Even if it happened by fluke, the ROI has been matched. But in the longer run, I should be able to know, how do I employ this in my entire media mix properly? What is the entire innovation calling out for? As of now, if you ask me, despite us being on these platforms in the past 2.5, 3 years in our media mix, we are still testing waters on this.
Got it. Thanks a lot for that note, Rashmi. I would like you to just make a note of that, would want you to address that at a later point. Amit, if you could just quickly add on to what Prachi has mentioned. In your experience, what do you actually think are main concerns, main pieces that you would ask, be it a branding or performance campaign?
See, I think I completely agree, with what Prachi just mentioned, because before, we are marketeers, we are customers, and that's the fundamental. And if we are not convinced about what's the proposition that you just encountered, whether online, offline, doesn't matter. I don't think that, any marketer also will, stand for that proposition, say, and then, hey, listen, I will do this come what may. It doesn't work that ways, right? And more so in the today's passion economy era, wherein it's easy to reach numbers like 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. Like you mentioned, I'm talking about, say, maybe 10-15 years back, when we actually used to struggle even in the digital space to reach out to a particular number, right? I mean, and then there was a time when people used to brag about, oh, my content reached 1 million people, etc. Today, what happens in no time, you reach 50 million, 200 million, etc. Now, I don't think that's a metric that means a lot of weight to me now, because more than reach, I'm looking at engagement rate. What is the engagement rate of my brand or of my content on that particular platform? So that is something I really go for. I think that's something that really excites me as a marketer or as a customer as well, because this brings in another point of relevance, which again Prachi was mentioning, that I won't quote any brand in this conversation, because it's going to be unfair for them. There are times when you actually you are in a particular environment, and then there comes a brand out of nowhere, and it talks for a moment and then it goes away, and then you're wondering what this brand was doing here, because as a customer you were not able to find any congruency between that, what the brand was offering to you, and the kind of environment you were in, right? So somewhere I think it's also important for the brand also to figure out, can they really be a part of a particular ecosystem or an experience that maybe people are trying to create together. And in this case, the online gaming industry, right? Example, that I have a brand which is in the space of grooming appliances. Now, I see a fit of this particular brand of Seska, which is in the space of grooming appliances, which can actually help these gamers to be a better version of themselves for tomorrow, right? So I can actually, as a brand, go ahead and empower them. Now, if that's the congruency I can develop as a brand, and that's the relevancy that I can develop for all the stakeholders, then I can take a chance and say, okay, hey, listen, I will go for it. Otherwise, just for the heck of visibility, as I said, I don't think it makes any sense just to be seen and and be forgotten after some time, because ultimately, see, let us admit, it's okay to admit that we all have goldfish memory. Beyond few seconds, nobody knows what will happen. Okay, so I think with that as a limitation, I try to figure out, can I create a long sustainable association? I mean, like, you can engage in a lot of forms, right? I mean, like, online gaming is a big field. It's crossing huge numbers. We all know, we are looking at it right now, but from a safe distance, as Prachi mentioned. We are not in the whole race to take a jump right away and prove a point to somebody. I don't think that's a task here.
Thanks a lot, Amit. Just summarizing what the both of you have said, before that, just a quick question to both of you, just a one-word question is, one-word answer if you could share is, do you treat therefore gaming as a content experience that you're creating, or just a general media buy, like you were saying, a programmatic media buy, you put it in the media bucket, or you actually go for ensuring that the entire fit is there, the brand is fitting in, you make sure that there are custom solutions happening? How do you treat it today?
If you want to take it.
Prachi, ladies first. I respect that.
Favorite Prachi, so.
So yeah, as of now, if you ask me, Rajesh, very clearly, apart from one of the experience that we had with Hotstar, I don't think we have actively done anything apart from some chasing a few cohorts and from via programmatic buying. No, not really. And if you, as I mentioned already, this is not the right way to approach this platform from as a marketer also, or from media mix solution to look at it from an agency or from a gaming point of gaming partner's point of view as well. So as of now, again, the entire treatment for this platform has not been justified by me as a brand for sure. Do we have any plans? Yes, we do, but I think we are looking at it from a whole soul perspective rather than it just a one point touch point.
Got it. Cool. Amit, anything add to that?
So, going ahead, with what Prachi mentioned.
I think we can't hear Amit properly.
Amit, I guess your audio
is off. Okay, cool. No worries. So we'll actually just move ahead and move to Rashmi. Now, Rashmi, therefore, now what we've heard, the marketer's perspective in general is that one, there have been very limited, interjections that they've had when it comes to advertising on gaming. Second, the maturity probably is not that much. They're still testing waters. Third, there are definite questions on what probably is the efficacy and also the efficiency that they get out of the gaming, media per se. So, Rashmi, how do you basically suggest that brands should be approaching gaming, right, as an advertising medium? And what is therefore possible, some opportunities that you can basically talk about and illustrate via some examples that you have been doing with brands?
Sure. So Rajesh, to start with, I would thank Amit and Prachi for sharing their candid feedback and honest opinion about gaming and the thought process behind it. So coming back to where I think Amit or Prachi has mentioned very clearly and very candidly that there is no common ground between the gamers, the gaming companies and the marketeers. So I would start from here, this point, that how we as a company, we as a gaming publisher, what we think or we do that this particular medium can attract confidence from the advertisers. So there are a couple of things I would like to explain, Rajesh, here. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, that scale, viewability, trackability, targeting, these are the 4-5 basic premises where the advertisers look one of the mediums like gaming while they consider or develop their media marketing plan. So besides that, what Amit has mentioned, that the gaming doesn't have much scope for engagement. So what I would like to explain here is that gaming is definitely a high engaging medium, which with the advent of new technology, new stuff, new content, new audience who have really, so just to add that more than 70% of the audience who is above 18 years, who have a great purchasing power, they have great influencing power in making decisions. So gaming gives you a good ground to get connected with them, and you create a immersive, interactive, and engaging experience in terms of your campaign. I will give you some examples what Nazara as a company has done in the past to attract the right audience at the right time in the right manner, so that your messaging is much more clear and much more everlasting for the audience which whom you are targeting. So because the games, if you see the in-game advertising is a medium where you find a lot of engaged users. They spend high amount of time every day, and when you deliver the message in the right way, in the right manner, in a seamless manner, so they get attached to your messaging. But it has to be done in an effective manner, it has to be done in a proper manner. So that is the main catch. And the second point, as I said, for a brand standpoint, it is much more safe. Your content, your targeting is very much safe. You are the game publisher, they know where they are targeting. There is no risk of user-generated content, and you are doing in a brand safe environment with a proper tracking in place.
Got it, Rashmi. Quickly, you want to just share a couple of examples on where you've seen all of this probably come into play or do well for brands?
So just to give you a few, is there any questions?
Yeah, Rashmi. So the question was basically, could you share a couple of examples where all of this, which is the basic pieces of targeting, tracking, etc., and also long term, probably through custom solutions or through just media, basically ad serving. How did brands serve their purpose, be it branding or performance? Any examples that you could share?
See, there are a couple of things. One is your rewarded video is a great way of delivering your message. It is not just a pure play showing ad. It is where you are actually your advertisement is getting attached with your particular core loop of the game. And for example, you are showing an ad where the player is getting a life, or he's getting a virtual coin inside the game, or they're getting a revival options, and you are showing something, for example, a biscuit ad or an energy drink ad. So something, there is a contextual engagement, a contextual link with that particular incident. So rewarded video, definitely most of the advertisers, most of the brands, they prefer rewarded video which is present inside the game. That is much more engaging. That is one. Second is, as you said, as you rightly mentioned, the custom integration. So we have seen a lot of custom integration in the past. Be it example of we have seen campaigns like your Mountain Dew Arena. We've seen campaigns on Dettol. We've seen campaigns of Goodnight. We have seen campaigns of Patanjali in our games particularly. So where you see a seamless integration of the brand inside the game. It is not just integrated in the game for the sake of it, but there is a contextual engagement, contextual placement of the ad inside the game where a person sees the ad in the right time with the right messaging. So that is where the question that engagement thing which Amit had raised earlier, that can be addressed, that is being addressed. And the scale, obviously scale is there already. We know 400 million plus users are there in particular India. 50% of them are already women. So we know the scale, we know the engagement factor, and the most critical part for a brand is your viewability and trackability. And all these things are being addressed with the help of new technology, and new ad tech platforms, and higher level of engaging games.
Thank you,
all
Rashmi.
these things are playing a critical role so far as the brand owners, the concerns they have. So we are able to track and address those concerns.
that definitely calls out and answers some of the concerns that Amit had raised. Definitely rewarded video being called out as one of the biggest ad placements that works in gaming. And secondly, custom integrations, which relate to the brand, exactly what Amit had basically called out, that they have a certain brand identity and they want to basically put out a certain narrative. It should merge with whatever is actually coming out in the game. So that's a definitely great answer. Now, quickly just switching gears and going to Dev. Now, Dev, you are basically on both sides, right? You are a real money gaming, like you're the marketer, and you also probably serve a lot of ads on gaming media. Now, from your perspective, do you think specifically first up the real money gaming category in itself, are consumers in general pretty mature to actually receive the communication? And then second up, when you basically do a lot of those communications again on gaming, what do you feel is missing, or what do you feel is probably required to get the results that you desire?
It's a very interesting open-ended question, I'll have to critically answer it and not answer it in a simple way. So generally what happens, I'm a marketer, but in any capacity, I'm the co-founder of this company, Pocket 52. And when we all sit down on a table, we all sit down as marketing is a very democratic process, everybody can market in your company. And it's not about a certain department and people. So generally, when you discuss things around marketing, the basic communication has to be a combination of Miss India plus Mother India. That is what the basic expectation is. And when you make such kind of advertisements, the technology is the queen behind this thing, if content is the king. What we realize is that when a normal marketer starts in any company across the country, across India, they have around hundreds of channels to market from. And when you especially start in RMG, real money gaming sector, you have 10% of such scope where you need to make 100% of the growth. So that is where all the RMG companies start, because initially when we started out, even we couldn't figure out when we were putting our advertisements on Facebook, why was it getting rejected? We certainly understood that there are some norms or formalities we need to do as a real money gaming company, and that's how it's going to happen. So these are some experiences. For international market, I'll tell you, the audience is much more matured over there. It's quite a seasoned audience, and they understand the process of wagering. For example, if I were to use some Hindi words, if somebody is posing in a wrong way, casually between two friends in India, you would say, "Apne aap ko Sachin samajhta hai kya?" And if it's in US, generally, "Oh, why are you making such a poker face?" That's where the difference comes in. There is a total socio-economic difference between what we are doing right now. We are doing poker. It's quite a seasoned game. It's taught in one of the IIMs, IIM Kozhikode. There is a semester worth of poker. You can go and study there. Mr. Deepak is one of the professors who is grinding that particular course. And also across various universities in the world, it's been done. What we have seen and realized over a period of time, that poker has instrumented a lot of things to people in a positive way as well as in a negative way. What has happened over a period of time is that poker has been just like rice. The more you eat, the fat you become. The less you eat, you can also enjoy it at the same time, and you can also relish it. So with us, especially the real money gaming companies, I think it comes with a huge responsibility, the way we advertise our products. Recently, 2 days back, ASCI, a governing body, they came up with certain guidelines that how the advertisements are supposed to happen. And we were very happy that now somebody is talking about a certain set of prerequisites, and we are very happy that this is how it should be done. I've been doing this from last 2 years. The next thing is that it was a very conscious decision of ours not to go into bigger carnivals like IPL and many other places where we would acquire users and they'll just come with $100 or $200, lose that game which they have not played, because poker is the fastest game. It's a fastest skill-based game whereas you can win or lose money in 1 minute. No game allows you that, whether it's fantasy, whether it's rummy, whether it's Ludo, or any other game for that matter. You have 2 cards, Texas Hold'em poker, classic game, around 100 years old game, and you play and you lose it. Another thing that we saw working really well for us, and we are pumping a lot of information over there, is a refer a friend. So it's a very traditional channel. We know, we have Dropbox and so many Airbnbs and so many other stories around it. What happens in a refer a friend program in poker, rummy, or the entire gambit of real money, the user genuinely goes to that particular other friend and tells that, big bhai, I'm making some cut over here, and I'm doing this by doing certain pipe things. I'm using certain bit of skill, certain bit of this, that. So it's a combination of a lot of things he's doing. So genuinely, when that message is passed to the other person, he comes and pays. So that is one way we have realized good set of matured users. We have increased stickiness that particular way. The fancy way to do it is that you shove a particular social media image or some like advertisement over certain place, and users would come down and they are figuring out still what's happening. So to strengthen that, like we have like elevated our customer service process. Like we believe that we should sound like a company which is always on the grounds of Vodafone. I really like that brand because even if you have the CEOs of that company, they'll always write in the signature, always happy to help. So we have produced Pocket 52 as a matriarchal brand, whereas when users come, we speak to them, we give them counseling based on which they come and they play. It's nothing that we, okay, chalo, ek mela chal raha hai, wahan pe ghus jate hain, and something is going to happen over there. So this is a conscious decision. The other way around for the customer is that
Dave, I'll have to ask you to summarize. We have only a few minutes left. So,
sure, sure,
yeah.
sure. So what we are going to do right now in the future, like I'll just go with the subtitle of this particular discussion. It's still a thought process. We are still figuring out as a community, as a company. But I'll just tell you one thing from a publisher point of view. Publisher needs a lot of maturity. Users needs a lot of maturity, and that will come with time. You know, it's not like a cola bottle. You open it up and the soda will pop out. So if you have 60s, 70s Devanand and all those things, and you see them and you say that, okay, I'm wagering money, I'll lose a lot of money. These things are not happening these days. We made our own product. It's a solid product. It's certified by iTech Labs Australia. And this market is quite seasoned outside the country. It will take some time. You cannot expedite the process of growing a child, you know. So that's where I would conclude, Rajesh here.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Dave. Thanks. We're almost at the end of it, but quick closing remarks. I think we've had a healthy, in fact, debate, and again, also, some open questions. So throwing it all, open to all of you, starting with Rashmi, what do you guys think is basically needed badly to ensure that there is adoption to scale the, gaming basically adoption among marketeers, and again, the ad spends that inadvertently come because of that? Rashmi, starting with you, if you could just share your closing remarks.
So obviously, as a game publisher, we are happy that advertisers have started taking gaming as a medium very seriously. And taking cue from here, we need to scale it further and go to a much more higher level from here. And as a publisher, we definitely need to understand where the brand, what is their pain areas, what are the things they are looking at, and how do we scale up things from here so that it is much more acceptable as a advertising medium with lot of engagement and lot of interactivity, which can engage the target audience of a brand in an effective manner to achieve their marketing goal. To do that, we have to address we have to adopt a lot of new technology ad tech platforms as a middleware solutions to understand brands need and help them achieve their marketing goal. That is the key, that we need to understand their pain area. And also for brand side, I would say they've already started taking gaming as a serious medium, and they should understand that it's not just a niche audience, it is completely a core target audience which they have, and these are the audience which have a lot of influence and buying power, whom they should target through games.
Thanks a lot, Rashmi. Quite a diplomatic answer. I'll go to the actual power center in this particular panel here. So Amit and Prachi and Dev, if you guys can just in that order summarize and share, what do you guys really want? We have called it as the next next place where all advertisers are going, but why would you go, and what do you want in terms of scaling?
See, only one thing that I want to talk about is that I have already, listed down my concerns in detail, during this discussion. What I want is basically, it's not only the responsibility of the publisher, just to ensure that the brands come on their platform and experience, this different audience that you have to offer, right? It's also the role of the agencies also to ensure that they start looking at this space from a very different perspective. See, in this whole creation of the brand or the experiences, it's not only the brand that is doing its job, as a loaner. I think there is always a partner to us, right? And unless and until that partner also wakes up to the cause, I don't think we will be able to travel that journey and reach a particular place. So I think there is definitely a destination which is full of these young audiences and a lot of other demographics that we just heard right now. But what it takes us, to travel there, I think agencies also need to be a part of that journey.
Thanks a lot, Amit. So ecosystem, very important. Prachi.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, everything's being said, and that's exactly my feeling. 15 years back, like we started experiencing SM or digital media in its niche, or the first experience of us coming to this medium was as painful or as easy. I think we should clearly, use this medium or treat this medium as that. It's a starting point for everybody. Everybody in the system should be able to understand it, and the entire, public. It's not a onus on a single pillar. The entire chain of systems should be able to function properly, and that's exactly what I think Amit and I have been asking. The ask is very clear.
Thanks a lot, Prachi and Amit. Yeah, education and then also the ecosystem coming together. Dave, closing remarks.
Yeah, I'll just say from a co-founding perspective, that as a co-founder, what I believe to poker, I'm very emotional about this game. I know it's a game of skill, it's an amazing game. All what I will say is that instead of speaking about millions, billions, acquiring, smashing, killing, users are users, they are not data points. You need to be emotional and humble with your customers. Try to have simple and small goals, like how to grow your company by 5% every week. And I think that's how the goal should be. And rightfully, Amit mentioned sometime back, gone are those days, about the views of millions and billions. It can just happen in a fraction, or you can always instigate it. But I'll still say one particular thing to my panelists and also to the people who are watching it. Be empathetic to your customers. They are your assets. People will change in your organization, but customers will remain customers. So that's a great way to put it from my side. And as a real money gaming company, I'll just say one particular thing. As I said, we have huge, lot of money, as a complete committee to spend, but we need to be a little more cautious here. As we have shown great signs as a sunrise sector, but I still believe we need to be a little cautious, because customers are customers and they'll take their own sweet time to understand real money gaming. You just cannot make it a pizza, it's like a biryani. It will take some time.
Thanks, Dave. Your sector definitely has several leaps and bounds to go. Definitely, that's a category that will grow in the future.
Can I add just one last thing, and I'll just finish it up. I'll finish it with a very important perspective from my side. So today, even in the morning, we were discussing one news article which says that a KFC guy leaves his job and wins some gaga millions of rupees and something like that. None RMG companies based out of India are doing this. They have been done by all international companies, and where it is leading to, it's a big problem that we are seeing. And the current challenge with government is that they are unable to see the difference between the Indian companies and the international companies. I think it will get over by a period of time. Thanks. I just have to say this.
Thanks a lot, Dave. Thanks a lot, guys. I think we are short of time for answering any questions. But yeah, any specific questions, guys, please do let us know as to whom they were directed to. We'll try and basically make sure that we pass it along to the respective panelists and then have them answer it for you if possible. Thanks a lot. I'd like to thank each one of the panelists today who have joined us, made this a great debate and actually made it pretty clear towards the end what the asks are and what is available, right, when it comes to online gaming. And the summary, therefore, is that while we are calling it the next big thing in advertising, it's definitely at a stage where digital advertising itself was 10 to 15 years ago. And there is definitely a long way for gaming to go as an advertising medium. Thanks a lot, guys, for joining in.
Thank you.
This is a great
Bye.
session.
Thank
Handing
you.
over to Aparna.
And our moderator for being here with us today. Another thanks to our gold partner, Unreal Engine, and mobile gaming partner, Mobile Premier League. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Okay, Harsh, so we are going live.
Sure. Hi, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
So is it him that's breaking up completely?
Yes, there's some issue at his end. Just give us a minute.
Hi, am I audible now? Um, am I audible now?
Yes, Harsh, you're audible.
Okay, so should I begin? I think there's some problem with the host's video audio.
Yes, we'll start the session and we'll end it by the host.
Okay. So
So
hi
I believe
everyone.
we are going live, right? Harsh, you're audible. You can start speaking.
Okay, great. Hi everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Harsh Jain. I think there's some issues with the host's video or audio. So I'm the co-founder and CEO of Dream11, and I'm here to talk a bit about fantasy sports today. So I'd like to walk everyone through, maybe I can walk you through a quick journey. Fantasy sports began in India in about 2001 with ESPN Super Selector. But shortly after, unfortunately, it stopped in about 2003 because of no product market fit. But in 2008, when IPL started for the first time, we chose to begin Dream11 after seeing fantasy sports and playing fantasy sports every day for sports like fantasy football. And that's how we started Dream11 because we wanted to play fantasy cricket for IPL in 2008. And it took us about 4 years to actually find good product market fit, which is the product you see today. We pivoted over 4 years from a free to play ad driven fantasy sports website to a freemium fantasy sports focused app and mobile web and desktop side at that time. And that's really helped us get that growth scale that we've seen from 2012 to 2020 today. Obviously, one of the big tipping points for the industry was the legal approval that we obtained in, I think, early 2017, that the Indian High Courts ruled that fantasy sports is a game of skill, is not wagering, betting, gambling, and is a legal business protected under the Article 19(1)(g) of the Constitution of India. And that allowed it to be seen as a regular business, and that allowed it to grow much more. And there began the partnerships with all the leagues and all the celebrities and all the sports athletes. And I'm proud to say that today, the fantasy sports industry is now about 200 companies with thousands of jobs and 12 crore, over 12 crore users. So out of the 80 crore Indian sports fans, 12 crore people have already played fantasy sports. And it's been a great journey in the last 8 years after we found product market fit to get to this point. Obviously, the last couple of years have been exponential growth. And that's why we also see in an industry body come together like FIFS, which has been self-regulating the fantasy sports industry. IMAI helps as an umbrella body, and but fantasy sports is self-regulated by FIFS, which allows it to speak to the government on every issue, to speak to regulators and help regulate this industry the right way for it to grow even further. The other thing I'd like to talk about today is that a lot of people mix up fantasy sports and gaming, and there's a reason why. Even in an event like Gato, the gaming track and the fantasy sports track, or the sports engagement track, is very different. Is because even though legally it might come under games of skill, but it's counted as a game as much as a sport is counted as a game, as much as a game of cricket or football. It is a sports engagement vehicle. It does not come under casual gaming or other kinds of gaming. And I'll tell you why. It's because that fantasy sports sits on top of a real life event, a real life sports match. There's no simulation. It is all dependent on what happens in the real life sports match, where users make a team, and based on how those players in the real event perform, you get points in the game. And so this is not like other forms of gaming where it's simulation and where you can play 24/7. In fantasy sports, it's not gaming because of the simulation part is not existent, and because you can't play 24/7. You can only play when there's an upcoming real life match. And so there's some major distinctions, such as the fact that it's 100% transparent. There's no bots. You can only set up your team, and then the minute the match begins, you can see the other player's team, and you can actually watch real life. As a real life match goes on, you can watch live as your team gets points and as opponent's team gets points. So it's 100% transparent. And even when people are playing fantasy sports, 80% of these 12 crore users have only ever played for free. So it's almost overwhelmingly played only for free as a social tool to engage with other sports fans. And even for the paying players, the average ticket size is very low. It's about 35 rupees on average, which is cheaper than a snack or a popcorn for a movie, right? And 50% of people at least win their money back. So the idea is to make it much more engaging and not a high ARPU, low ARPU, high engagement, high actively consumption with the sport that you love, the match that you love. And what we've seen is that 99.6%, I'll repeat, 99.6% of users have never won or lost more than 10,000 rupees net in their lifetime. And I think that says it all, right? Because if you've never in your lifetime won or lost more than net 10,000 rupees, it's obviously, this is over years of playing. Obviously when you're participating in fantasy sports, it's an engagement driven exercise. It's to increase sports engagement and not for gaming. And the other thing I'm proud of saying is that the fantasy sports demographic is also very interesting. Unlike what people think, actually the majority of players are aged 25 to 40 years old. And so it's not the youth that are playing, but a very mature audience. The other things I can tell you about fantasy sports is that almost 80% of users play for cricket, fantasy cricket, as you might have guessed. But 20% of players, which is like millions of people or crores of users, play fantasy football, basketball, kabaddi, baseball, everything, all the other sports. And because of fantasy sports, these sports outside of cricket in India have seen a massive rise as well. In fact, when I think there was a report which said 59% of people started watching more sports, more new sports, because they were playing fantasy sports. 60% of fantasy sports users watch these sports more because when you make a fantasy sports team, you obviously want to watch the entire match, know how your players are doing, see how your team is doing, and research for the next match. And so 87% of users that play fantasy sports actually end up doing a lot of sports research to figure out which of the teams, which of the players should they take in their team, which of the team can win, and why, right? And finally, I'd like to end with saying that there was a very interesting study done by MIT and Columbia in the US, which actually proved that fantasy sports requires more skill than even mutual funds. And that's actually a great comparison because fantasy sports is for the sports industry what mutual funds are for the equities industry, right? It's about how to invest, how to create a portfolio, and how to get more returns through knowledge and research and making sure that you fully understand what you're selecting, why you're selecting, and how you're selecting. And there's also been case studies by IIM in India, which actually show that in a quantified way, not qualitatively, but quantified way, they actually prove that fantasy sports are a game of skill and that people that research and study the sport will always do better than the people that don't. So, with that, I think I've given you a good lowdown about what are fantasy sports, how it works, and what differentiates fantasy sports from gaming, why it's a sports engagement tool that's critical for the growth of sports development in the country and sports consumption. And so if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer any of them. I think I can see a bunch of questions on the chat. There's been an increase. I'm going to read it out. There's been an increase in the user base of fantasy sports due to the lockdown and IPL. Do you think this increased demand will continue in the future as well, or will it decrease? What will be the trend in the future according to you? Actually, during the lockdown from March to maybe August, I want to say, sports worldwide was pretty much down. So that's another differentiator, right? Because gaming is simulation based, gaming actually witnessed a major spike, but fantasy sports was only based on sports. And so it only picked up September onwards when sports started coming back. So yes, there's been a big increase in the user base for fantasy sports because of IPL. I'm happy to say, like, as most of you might have seen, Dream 11 was the title sponsor of IPL. It was called Dream 11 IPL this year. And I think fantasy sports have really come to the forefront of showing that they can be a very high engagement tool for sports fans. So I think this trend will keep increasing because there's 80 crore sports fans in India and fantasy sports have only 12 crore users so far. Another question is making innovations and adding variants of the game might expose developers to regulatory constraints. How do you think developers can tackle this? Well, I think that as the industry matures, and that's why we have the self-regulatory body called Federation of Indian Fantasy Sports, where we have an empowered panel and eminent people on that panel who will neutrally and in an unbiased way advise the entire industry on what variants can be created, making sure that they are fully legally compliant as a game of skill, and it doesn't move towards sports betting. There is only one format which the Indian courts have approved as a game of skill, which is that fantasy sports have to be at least for one whole match. No changes are allowed after the game begins, and you have to take a mix of players from both teams. And you have to take at least as many players as the real life team has. So, for example, cricket or football have 11 players, so you have to take at least 11 players in your fantasy team. And so, keeping these constraints in mind, there have been variations, there have been innovations, which many operators have started doing, and that's what FIFS helps in. I think we have time for one more question. So, fantasy sports appears to push sports to the public in general beyond just targeting the demography of active gamers. Beyond that narrative, how does this growth sustain bringing non-gamers into the fold? That's what I'm saying, that this is not about gaming. You don't play fantasy sports if you have 5 minutes, or if you're in a cab, or if you have 5 minutes to kill. Generally, to play fantasy sports, you have to actually understand which match is being played, what are the pitch conditions, what are the lineups, what is the form of each player, what is the team form, what's going to probably happen, who's going to play well on a certain what the weather is like. And so there's 100 variables to consider, and so it's not for gamers. You're targeting the sports fan, not the gamer. So the idea is to bring all the 80 crore sports fans to move from passively engaging with sports into active engagement with sports through fantasy sports. We've been watching sports for like 50 years. The consumption of sports is barely changed from radio to TV, right? You're still just watching it. Fantasy sports allows you to actively participate in the sports match. Great. I think I'm out of time.
Yes, thank you, Harsh, for that great insight into the industry. We also thank you for making time out of your busy schedule for this event. With that, we come to the end of this session. Everyone, please stay logged in for the other interesting sessions in this event. Stay safe. Goodbye from our end.
Thank you. Stay safe. Goodbye.
After I started programming or coding my own games. So I think it's like life is coming full circle for me, especially since I am back into the gaming business doing my new gaming startup. But just to give you some sense of, again, 15 minutes is not enough for me to literally tell you how to code a game. But I just wanted to take you through some of my learnings in India Games, my avatar as India Games, and what am I now doing differently as I try to reimagine the world of games, and especially from an Indian context. So the first point really is, if you look at my background, while I started playing games much earlier, I'm talking about the early 90s, I started my life as a games programmer. And the kind of games I programmed was firstly the kind of games I like to play. So I played a lot of Doom and, those kind of early casual games, games like Pac-Man. And this I'm talking about, way early. I'm talking about the generation of the Z80 processor and 286, 386 Pentium. I mean, really, really early days of computing. And while at India Games, which I founded in 1999, we raised several rounds of funding. We focused on 4 or 5 key genres. One, of course, was cricket. Me and my team actually coded one of the first mobile cricket games way back in 2000. It was called Cricket Fever, actually, and even now, Cricket Fever is kind of prominently there on the app stores. But later on, our whole focus was how could we take cricket as a category itself and scale it up in a much bigger way. So cricket, of course, continues to be a big category. I know there are many publishers and developers creating cricket-based games. Apart from cricket, we did get into licensing, and we got a number of Bollywood and Hollywood licenses. and created games around it. And of course, there were games on the various other local topics like mythology, etc. However, the time that was very different. We're talking about the early days of the mobile phone itself, where people were using their first mobile devices, and Nokia was the flavor of the year with the 200 KB and 300 KB and 500 KB file sizes, not 500 MB or GB file sizes, which we are talking about today. So those times, the challenges were very different, and the entire market was kind of controlled by the mobile operators, who had their own, what they used to call stores, or, Airtel Live and Vodafone Live, and Reliance had their own stores. So each mobile operator had their own app offerings. And you literally had to have multiple deals with multiple operators, not only in India. In our case, we were distributing it globally. And revenue sharing was completely at a different level, where you were just getting 30% and 70% was going to the carrier. Fast forward to today, all of us have very, very powerful mobile devices. Our phones, our Android devices, or Apple devices are very powerful computing devices, very, very good for gaming. We now have a unified app store model with Google Play as well, and Apple offering this. Of course, I don't want to get into the revenue sharing. That's a different debate. But I think clearly the opportunity is large. So while I did exit my business in 2012, we sold India Games to Disney, and I was with Disney for about a year. And I had a non-compete, so technically I could not do gaming, which is why I entered Goki. My non-compete ended in 2018, and in 2019, me along with another set of founders, we started creating Encore Games with our own set of gaming. And what I've realized is that for you to figure out what needs to be done is just open your Google Play Store and look at the top 10 or top 30 apps or top 50 apps. And you'll be shocked to see that except maybe Ludo King and a couple other stray apps, none of the other apps are based on Indian IP, Indian themes, or are even owned by Indian companies. The app store is completely dominated by either Western or Chinese companies. Of course, a lot of them are now currently off the store, but it's kind of shocking that the gaming business in India has absolutely no major Indian player. Of course, I know there are a lot of Indian companies doing Dream 11 and Fantasy and Rummy. And once again, I don't classify them as games. They are, real money or whatever kind of gaming. That's not gaming for me. That's not the kind of games I played up growing. I grew up playing. I think when it comes to gaming, I am talking about games which are intuitive, fun, which have replayability, which we can spend hours and days playing, and which are not necessarily around the whole fantasy or gambling aspect of gaming. So that's not what I want to talk about. So if you look at this whole thing, clearly we have missed something very big in the gaming industry. Just look at Amazon Prime. The content of Amazon Prime is now local. In fact, they are going hyper local. There is Telugu, Tamil. So OTT, Netflix is investing millions on Indian content, and there are so many Indian OTT channels. Similarly, if you looked at videos on Instagram or TikTok, whenever TikTok was available, they were all local videos which connected with local people. But that's not what has happened in the games business. So clearly, I think the only and one big lesson in the gaming masterclass for all the gamers out there is to create gaming IPs which would appeal Indians, which are fundamentally Indian. And I think that's what at least we are setting out to do at Encore, but that does not stop any one of you to look at this. And I mean, there is no dearth of stories, there is no dearth of concepts, there is no dearth of IPs when you come to India. I think the challenge has been, I think people have not really invested enough. And when I talk about investment, I'm talking about production quality. So just give you an example here. Today, a consumer in India they have access to the best apps in the world. People are using WhatsApp and Uber, and they are using Amazon. So for anybody else in those segments, Ola has to be as good as Uber, or Paytm or Flipkart needs to be as good as any of the global best. And that's when people are going to consume. And similarly, on the content side, people are looking at very high production quality when it comes to even videos, on Netflix or Amazon Prime, because people have tasted very high quality content. So when you look at Indian content, we are really seeing the same low quality content getting rehashed, or what we call reskinned, which is really a poor strategy. I think it's time that serious investment is given in the localized IPs. And the good news is there is a lot of talent. I think thanks to India being the backend for so many global game companies, there is no dearth of talent when it comes to India. I think what really we are all looking for is how can we really now focus on this, because like I said, my goal is that out of the top 10 or top 30, at least 60 to 70% of the content needs to be Indian content, by hopefully Indian developers, because there are a lot of Chinese companies who are making Ludo and Rummy. So I'm not counting that, but I'm really talking about the IP driven businesses. Similarly, when it comes to monetization, I think now there has been a lot of maturity on the monetization models, whether it is in-app purchases, whether it is ad funding, whether there is performance. So I think there is so much innovation happening on the revenue models itself. I don't think so that is a problem, because early days of gaming, we read about how do we bill, how do we collect. There was a lot of revenue leakage, which we talked about. None of those problems are there today. It's a perfect market. India has actually recorded the highest amount of downloads for Google Play. The number of games downloaded, I think the number was as high as some 7 billion or something. So I think it's all about how we imagine, how we take it. Already there are a couple of good questions here, so let me take that. And if you have any more questions, please feel free to keep adding it so that I can cover it. So one question is, does India's focus on local prevent it games from becoming relatable for the global audience? I think once again, it's gaming has no language. A lot of times, when we played Mario or when you played a lot of the games, the themes were all global. So I think fundamentally what is required in a game is it should be fun, it should be replayable, it should be addictive, all of that. And then the story adds to it. And of course, in certain genres of gaming, story and localization plays a big role. For example, in the past, there were a lot of these MMORPGs from Korea and China with very cute characters. So somehow those characters don't have as much appeal in India. So clearly, if you look at certain social or cultural instincts, content works and content doesn't work. But at the same time, if you look at content like Fortnite or PUBG, they were very, very Western content, and they worked completely well over here. In fact, one of the most popular games at one point of time was Ragnarok, which was again very different. So I think this focus on local doesn't really, India itself is a big market right now. I think if you can just create and get like how Ludo King started. Ludo, while is doing really well in India, it doesn't have as much as an appeal outside India, again, because of a cultural context. But there are certain other games like Monopoly and Scrabble, which have a lot of traction in Western world, but that's not the game which we grew up is in India, especially because the bulk of the population may not be exposed to this. Talking about the next question, what do you think are the reasons for India's lack of growth in comparison to global standards for gaming industry? Again, like I said, it is not that there is not growth. In fact, India gaming, the downloads have been phenomenal. A lot of revenue has started being made. The problem has been this revenue has not come to Indian companies at all. Most of it has gone outside of India. And I think that's the core problem. If you look at from a consumption perspective, clearly after social media, gaming is the number one from an engagement, download, all perspectives, right? While some of us are not doing gaming, but the majority of the younger folks are all today playing games on either their phones or any other platforms. What are the sources of funding can upcoming game developers look at for the entire industry? Are there any government grants? Listen, the best part about gaming is that don't worry about the funding. Start creating a kick-ass game. Of course, you may say that, oh, it requires a lot of money, but gaming is one business. Well, in fact, I don't know if you know, one of the most successful games was made by just two people. This game was called Temple Run. A husband-wife team made it. So the bottom line is that, yeah, while you require a lot of money, but for creating games, a kid can create a game, but and from a funding perspective, now there are a lot of avenues. I think whether it is early angel funding to, I know there are now certain game specific funds also coming up. So I think you can, and there is the IGDC, the Indian Game Developers Conference, they have a lot of options for that. So I think you can definitely look for a lot of these things around gaming. Another question, with cloud gaming entering the picture, how should the gamers try to adopt their games? So once again, I think cloud gaming is a technology fix. You know, the game needs to be fun, the graphics quality needs to be great. All that is what gaming companies needs to focus on. I think cloud gaming would be a reality, not in the short to medium term, but clearly the medium to long term, with 5G becoming prevalent. With low latency, there is absolutely cloud gaming is going to be here, and especially in a price sensitive market like India, where people don't want to invest in very high end hardware. But at the end of the day, as like I said, gamers need to create a kick-ass game. Now, how the game is going to get rendered on the server, how will that be streamed? I think between Nvidia, Google, and a lot of other companies, they're all working on those different solutions. So I'm sure that is something you don't need to worry about as such. With that, I think we are just about it. There is one more question. If anybody wants to ask, I'll be happy to take, or you can anyway reach me offline on platforms like Twitter or LinkedIn. Once again, thanks a lot for having me here, and I hope that people will take up to creating even higher quality games and make India shine in the world of gaming.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gondal, for being here with us today. Truly, in 15 minutes, it was a very interesting conversation and very great points that you gave us. The thanks to our creative partners, Ethnos, and Institute partner, Asian Institute of Design. Once again, thank you so much for being with us. Have a great
Even during this time where travel is challenged. I have only 20 minutes burning in my pocket for a conversation, and I want to make use of them for effect. So let's jump to it. This is the most exciting time to be a creator. We're going to talk a lot about Epic and what we do, but it's really all about you and how we strive to help empower you to create. For those who don't know us, or simply like statistics, we were founded almost 30 years ago and have grown into a global company with over 40 offices spanning the planet. More than 2,000 industry professionals are part of Epic Games, and you have received accolades from all industries. So we operate as two major divisions, publishing and software. For our publishing division, we are the creators of one of the world's most popular games, Fortnite, but we've also have a history of other big hits like Gears of War. On the flip side of publishing, our software division serves thousands of enterprise customers in industries like film, TV, and automotive, and maybe more obviously, game developers. As you already know, most of the best games out there are made in Unreal Engine. We're unique in the games engine business because we're a publisher and software licenser. This is something we've been pursuing for over 2 decades and has shown immense benefit to us and the development community. All of this innovation and investment is so that we can empower everyone to create and share compelling real-time content and experiences. From AAA studios and indie developers to people just getting started on their first project, we're focused on building the tools and services to give the community the freedom to bring their vision to life in better ways. There are some core aspects to our business that we really focus on to make it easier for you to achieve your ambitions. So I want to talk about them a bit. The first one you can see on the bottom left is for creators by creators. At Epic, we know what it's like to make games. We use Unreal Engine to build and power our own IPs, and we understand the development process firsthand. And it means we can continue to develop the tools and services that are most helpful to creators. Second, We believe in an open and connected ecosystem. And this has to be underpinned by robust technical standards, interoperability, and fair economics. Third, when you succeed, we succeed. This is one of our enduring principles. We've built a mindset and business model that's geared towards enabling the success and achievement of our customers, community, and partners. And fourth, unparalleled quality and fidelity. The world's leading creators rely on our tools and services to realize their projects and achieve excellence. Our commitment to innovation and pushing the boundaries is ingrained in our DNA. Everything we ship is tried, tested, and built with continuous evolution in mind. So I hope that gives you a sense of Epic. And now I'd like to ask you as a favor to step back in time with me. But this is 1998. Remember this game on PC? And not even 10 years later, Gears of War on console. This is a big leap in fidelity. But what does this mean? What this really means is that we seize the opportunity to hone the engine for our artists and then pass this along to the development community. And half a decade later, you can see some of these effects on Infinity Blade. And now, on every platform, of course, Fortnite, one of the most successful games on the planet. So the money from Fortnite flows back to the Unreal Engine, and from there to better tools and back to developers. So our success enables us to accelerate our plans to improve the whole development ecosystem. The performance numbers on Fortnite are quite honestly staggering. This success permits us to drive towards our vision of a thriving ecosystem and the metaverse. I think you've heard of the metaverse. It's a real-time 3D social medium for engaging and sharing experiences. We want it open. We want it for creators to participate in with monetization through compelling content, not ads. Fortnite is an early example of our vision, which we expect will continue to evolve from existing apps and technology. So how do we plan on getting there? As always, we want to do this the Epic way. More than often, Epic and the Unreal community have been at the forefront of different disruptions. At our core, we always have the best interests of the industry and its developers at heart. This could be through source code access or disruptive business models or crossplay, you name it. So compressing, connecting, we want to make things easier and bring creators closer to each other, closer to finishing their projects, closer to shipping their games. And how we're going to do this. How do we do this, actually? Let's talk about some actual examples. First of all, a disruptive business model. Unreal Engine handles everything in Fortnite, other games, and really anything else you want it for. While this is amazing on its own, what is even more amazing that we let creators use it for free, and we give source code access. Developers and creators are essential. The more people create, the more our vision of an open and seamless digital space becomes reality. We believe people should have the freedom to create, play, and learn in better ways. That extends to prioritizing our success even over our monetization. Because of our success on the game side, we make everything we build freely available so that everyone can benefit from the same advantages and capabilities that we do. And we spoke about how important creators and developers are, and we try to demonstrate our support in concrete ways, be it at industry events or at our own events where we focus on our development partners, like Unreal Presents and Unreal Fest. We also try to make everybody's life easier. Our pipeline integration has extensive features to integrate Unreal Engine into your existing processes, whatever you're currently using. But on top of that, we also have other opportunities with which we help our community. So let's talk about the Epic Mega Grants. It's a $100 million fund that, as we speak, is enabling creators to make their vision reality. And this comes with no strings attached. And we're pleased to share that Epic Mega Grants has surpassed 60 million in total financial support, accelerating the work of nearly 1,000 talented teams and individuals across the planet. That's great, right? And just so we stay a bit grounded, what you see on screen is what the tool to create all your dreams and the dreams of so many people who'll be playing your games looks like. Feel free to go to our website and download as we speak. But let's focus on games, and let's bite into some very quick examples of some dreams coming true. That is an impressive games list of games developed in Unreal Engine. But you don't have to be AAA to be able to execute in Unreal Engine. So some key points to take away. First, just how scalable our engine is. Imagine a developer of one being able to create a fantastic video game experience. That is the case with Pumpkin Jack, developed by a 22-year-old solo developer. So from achieving the graphical fidelity he wanted to being able to code the game in Blueprint, UE scaled to developers' needs. So let's move away from the West and focus on the India gaming market since we're here. There are more than 200 studios in the country and some major setups from industry powerhouses like Rockstar, Zynga, EA, Glu, and Ubisoft. Notting Head Games, a studio 13, developed and recently released their game and has received fantastic reviews. Raji, an ancient epic, is a stunner. So teams of one, smaller teams, but Unreal Engine scales upwards and exponentially. The bigger teams and massive well-known franchises can be covered by Unreal Engine with great success, even the ones with the widest of customer bases. For example, Lineage 2 Revolution was entirely done in Unreal Engine. And what about the football classic Pro Evolution Soccer? Konami chose Unreal Engine to bring this massive franchise into the next generation of mobile. As things continue to scale to include multiplayer, the keywords really are about connected and empowering. Again, we share what we learned to the benefit of the developer community. Playing together with friends is a key ingredient in the success of many multiplayer games, from Rocket League to Fortnite, but also non-epic games like Dauntless. Phoenix Labs has used crossplay to boost their user base and have seen great benefit, making things easier for gamers to play friends that own different systems. So just to give you some additional context, and this is based off of Fortnite, as of June 2020, 18.3% of Fortnite users, of the Fortnite user base, has played on multiple devices. Our internal analysis of play from March to June 2020 found that more than 60% of Fortnite players partied up with somebody from another platform to crossplay. Those cross-players ended up playing Fortnite about 570% more on average than non-cross players, playing many more days every month than non-cross players. And during each day in 2020, 44% of Fortnite players cross-played on average, and players that cross-play spent an average of 1.5 hours longer playing than those who did not cross-play. We share all of this know-how through Epic Online Services. Multiplayer games need a very robust user base, and crossplay makes that easier. Crossplay games need to be built on a set of cross-platform services and account systems with the developer navigating policies and business relations with platform holders. One way Epic Games helped pave the road for developers of all sizes is by securing approvals for Epic Online Services on all major platforms. If you want to learn more about Epic Online Services, our website's your friend. Our vision doesn't stop with games. Unreal Engine is also used to power real-time experiences and content across other industries. Creators from all verticals are now leveraging Unreal Engine to create experiences from film and TV to architecture and automotive. In film and television, Unreal Engine is ushering in a new era of storytelling. Real-time workflows are transforming established pipelines and delivering renewed creative control, whether you're working on episodic animation, live-action blockbusters, or short-form content. Disney's Star Wars serial, The Mandalorian, saw Industrial Light and Magic, Epic Games, and Disney use Unreal Engine's real-time rendering together with LED video wall technology to create a backdrop for the big, beautiful world of Star Wars. This allowed the filmmakers immense creative freedom to explore landscapes, interiors, and vehicular action scenes, all with real-time lighting and in-camera effects. And there are more than 150 film and TV projects that have used or are using UE4 since 2016 in production, in all kinds of ways, big or small. So I love Star Wars, and Star Wars is a great example of Unreal Engine across mediums. One engine, one franchise, so many ways to experience. Video games like Jedi Fallen Order, Rogue One, where UE was used for previs and final pixels, Smuggler's Run at Disneyland, and The Mandalorian on streaming, all from one engine. Let's check out our May the 4th video. This stuff is super exciting for me, but we unfortunately have to keep moving. But if you want film and TV examples, you can find them on our website, including examples from Star Wars, Marvel, Game of Thrones, 20th Century Fox, Lionsgate, Warner Media, and more. So the future, what's next? One of Epic's goals is in this generation of games is to achieve graphical fidelity on par with the movie industry. Whatever the choice of the art direction, be it stylized, animation, or photorealism. We want to put this within practical reach of development teams of all sizes through highly productive tools and content libraries. Unreal Engine 5 is designed to do this and to help you be more productive than ever at scale. Some features I want you to think about are visualized geometry, meaning that you can move hundreds of billions of geometric polygons through a scene with billions in view in any frame. Fully dynamic illumination, allowing creators to have one global light source that can bounce around the world just like in reality. Virtual textures that allow you to use the highest quality 8K cinematic assets in your real-time content. And spatialized audio that brings realistic 3D sound fields modeled to experiences to create immersion. Let's take a moment to learn more about how UE5 shortens your production pipeline and increases graphical fidelity in a single leap never seen in the industry. It's a bit old, just a few months, but let's have a look at this trailer in case you missed it, because it's really all about how we can make your life easier in creating the most fantastic projects.
It might be.
So we had a first look, but at this point, the real question is, when can you get your hands on it? Unreal Engine 5 will be available in preview in early 2021 and in full release in late in 2021, supporting all current and next-gen platforms and gaming systems. But of course, Unreal Engine 4.25 already supports next-generation consoles, and 4.26 is in preview. Let's show the next video. Let's finish off with what else is on the horizon. We know developers are the core of our industry, so we put a lot of emphasis on education and helping form the creators of the future. So now that we talked about the future of our engine, let's take a quick look at what these creators of the future have been up to. So students, game developers, all industries, our focus on creators first and bringing all creators across all industries together has helped us reach this staggering accomplishment. 11 million licensees. That is 11 million creators working in Unreal Engine right now. And whoever chooses to work with us can be happy that they're part of a club that is quite significant of partners that use Unreal Engine. So now that you know a bit more about what we're up to, I have to say that there's so much more. For example, what is Quixel? What is Twinmotion? How can they make your life easier and your product better? Want more details on Epic Online Services? Want to see more about training, case studies? Head over to our website to find out more. And please join the conversation. Scan the QR codes. And thank you. Did I make it on time? Thank you for your time. Please reach out and visit our website.
Well, thank you, Rocco, for a wonderful presentation and a tantalizing glimpse of the future. With that, we come to the end of the session. Thanks to Team Epic for this wonderful presentation and joining this event. Yes, goodbye from our end for this session. Everybody stay safe. Goodbye.
Mr. Hussain has more than 15 years of experience in the media and digital industry. He has been an entrepreneur and served as a board advisor to Discovery Networks. Prior to his association with Eros Now, he has held various leadership positions in companies such as Google, Hungama, and Viacom 18. Welcome, sir. And now to welcome our speaker, Mr. Mayur Bhinjiani, co-founder and studio head at Hypernova Interactive. Hypernova is a creative game development powerhouse that has made over 50 games with various partners over the past 5 years. The 40-member venture-funded game studio has seen their games played by millions of users from all over the world, especially in the USA and India. The studio is charting a new path by betting on the growing Indian games market. I would request all the delegates to keep posting their questions in the chat box, and the panel will address a selected few at the end of the session. Over to you, Mr. Hussain.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank IMAI for putting up fantastic events across the internet and the digital mediums through the course of the year. It's been a difficult year for all of us, a new year for all of us. So we thank IMAI for continuing the kind of momentum that they have to make sure that these knowledge sharing sessions kind of continue. Today, I'm personally going to go a little off topic of my traditional trajectory, and we're going to do a very interesting session with Mayur. For amongst the few times, I'm not going to be at the receiving end of the questions. So I'm going to be posing the questions and then hopefully getting a lot of insights and guidance also from colleagues like Mayur who've been in the business for some time now. Before I get started, I think it'll be great, Mayur, for you to maybe take a few minutes, just talk to us about your background, talk to us about how this company started, talk to us about, at a high level, what is it that Hypernova Interactive does. So over to you, Mayur.
Sure. Yeah. Similarly, same as Ali, I'd like to thank, IMAI, Kato for this awesome event. The games industry definitely needs, a more organized effort for people to interact with each other, share knowledge, and grow the pie for everybody else. So I've been running a game studio in Bangalore called Hypernova Interactive for the past, 5 years. We, in fact, just last month completed our 5-year anniversary, so it was quite a milestone for us. I started it, with a very old friend of mine, Zefa. I actually met him in a gaming cafe, true story. And that's how the whole, friendship began. We went our different ways. I went on to, Zynga, who had set up a, studio here in Bangalore. I was leading some of their games like Farmville, Castleville, back in the web browser eras, where those were like massive hits with like 100 million users. So it was quite an experience, a big learning experience for us, because at that point in India, barely we had any studios at all whatsoever. So Zynga was sort of my university to get a lot of knowledge and get an opportunity to work with some very wonderful people from India and from outside India. And Huzafa went on, to do a bunch of things on his own. And we started somewhere in 2015. The idea was to always make some larger than life games for the mobile audience, because that's where we saw the future was. I think Huzafa told me when he saw the first iPad ever launched that, hey, Mayur, this is the future and this is where everybody's going to start moving to. So Hypernova has been quite a journey for us. We've released a few games, quite a few games actually. Just last week, we launched one new game on MPL. So we've been at it for quite a while, trying to make some exciting games. And entire focus for us right now is looking at how India is growing and how that market is becoming very exciting for everyone.
Cool, that's fantastic. Mayur, you want to quickly talk to us about, and this is an area I've been personally also kind of researching for a while, right? Kind of the gaming market in India specifically, and when you kind of divide it, and it's incorrect to divide it, but if you divide it broadly into, say, the casual, mid-core, and the AAA gaming space, right? What do you believe, and this will make sense when we kind of finish our discussion also, but what do you believe currently the market's at in terms of what's the difference? So at two pivots, right? One pivot being what's the kind of profile of the casual gamer versus what's the profile of the mid-core to the AAA gamer. And then the second kind of deviation that I'm asking for is that how do you believe that there is going to be a drastic change on the consumer side of things? Is there any trends that you're observing based on your experience with Hypernova or with your colleagues in the business that you're seeing there are massive trends in the consumer? So the basic premise of the question is, who is the consumer today across these segments, and what do you believe will be the top 3 changes that might come about in the next 5 years?
Right. So a couple of things we have to understand specifically around the consumer here in India, right? So India is an open market, unlike China, right? So China is a walled garden. If you want to publish some games, some content there, you have to go through a local partner. Whereas India, even the local developers here are fighting the best possible developers. You're fighting Supercell, Tencent, all of these big guys. So the Indian audience is very mature. It has access to all sorts of global content on Netflix, Prime Video, Hotstar, etc. So there is that audience, right? So that's a very different India, right? That's the mostly in English-speaking, India. So one of the things we try to tell internally in our studio as well, that there is not just one India. There are many Indias. And that's one of the big learnings we've had, where when you try to paint a product broadly for everybody in India, it becomes very difficult to sell it to everybody. So you have to identify, okay, I have a Hindi Bollywood movie, so I'm going to make it for Hindi speaking people, right? Similarly, that's the kind of mindset we want to try and bring to games here as well, where you specifically see and decide what kind of India you want to go after, right? Because there is a huge chunk which is, in fact, India has the largest English speaking population, right? So there's a huge chunk of people that are open to all of these global games and global IPs, and that are also your sort of the high spending consumer who has that extra disposable income to be able to have this life in a virtual world in games. But for the other India, right, the trend that we've seen entirely around real money gaming, they don't really see the virtual games business, or rather owning virtual goods, as something that's worthwhile to spend money on. That's why real money gaming is doing so well in that category, because that makes very clear sense for them. Okay, I'm putting in 5 rupees, I could possibly make 8 rupees back. And that's why that whole segment has sort of boomed with investments in MPL, Dream 11, and a whole bunch of other studios that you've seen in the space. But I think right now the category that's open and that there are consumers that still needs to be served and that's very underserved is where there's a lack of local stories for the users in India. So I think that's the market that's open really for taking, because you have the AAA guys like PUBG and Firescore from Garena. Sorry, not Firescore, Free Fire from Garena. That's doing phenomenally well in the country, right? And you have some great local casual hits as well in the non-real money gaming space that are doing really well. But we haven't really seen sort of a big budget game, big budget IP that can even close to be a rival of something like PUBG. So if you're talking about who really is the consumer, there are at least 3 tiers or at least 3 key personalities that we try to look after. The English speaking India, where you make them, that audience holds you to a global standard. And then there's the tier 2 India, where maybe they speak a little bit of English, but not really that much. They would prefer generally the content in their local language, right? And then there's the third India, which has very low end phones and clearly does not understand the value of what owning a virtual item would be, as a benefit for them. So that becomes really hard for you to sort of sell virtual goods like guns or even avatars in a game, which has become the norm in terms of monetizing the games. So only ad monetization sort of becomes your avenue for as a games business to go after that audience. So that's how I would split that up.
Got it. So there's an interesting point that you raised, right? So I'm saying that you're dividing India into three, right? The India we live in, the India we know, and the India we don't know, right? So you're kind of dividing it into three sectors, and that's relevant for a lot of kind of, I would say, across different content businesses. But when you look at games in specific, right, there is no real language barrier when it comes to games. We've been used to playing, for example, historically back like Tekken Tag or lots of different other games which really didn't have a language barrier per se to play a particular game. So do you actually believe, and I want to maybe spend some time on this understanding in terms of what a localized strategy for a game is. So this, again, sorry, I'm kind of playing around with a couple of questions and we might spend a couple minutes on this, right?
Sure.
One is, what a localized strategy for a game is. That, like, does it even make sense to have a localized strategy for game? That's one. And the second is that then is it possible for you to garner audiences outside of India? So even though it's a local game, but it could be a global theme, right? So stories or backdrops are not limited to just the context of India. As a story is a story, right? Would it then have global appeal? So let's think about it in terms of, is there efficacy from a model perspective? Because mid-core to AAA games, I'm not specifically talking about the casual segment, are the relatively expensive affairs from the investment that goes into the entire game creation, into the entire life cycle of the game, right? Or the life cycle of the gaming experience. So when you look at that segment in specific, do you really believe that even in the future there will be an opportunity? Because as you said, India is an open market. More games will be developed by the West or different parts of the world, which will always get an opportunity to have kind of a platform for distribution in India. So does localized games really play a key role in terms of penetration of consumer behavior for gaming in, say, tier 2, tier 3 markets? And if yes or if not, irrespective, what's the independent strategy for Indian game developers to get a pie of the global audience?
Right. So I think there are two parts to the question. One is, trying to address can Indian developers specifically go after India, and what kind of an India they should go after, right? And then, can Indian audience get a piece of the global? Can the Indian developer also get a piece of the global pie, right? So to address these two questions, we have to basically break down the entire gaming business into three segments. One is, like you clearly mentioned, one is just the development bit, right? Second is the outreach or the marketing, right? And third is then finally the live ops, where you monetize the game, or you're able to basically make money from the game, in simple words. And are you able to do that effectively, right? So in India, most of the developers that I've seen that have found some success have focused a lot on the other two aspects a lot more, where they have very efficient distribution models and monetization models. Even though the production value of the games might not be very high, or it's more like an app. Like, say for example, some of the top charts games that you can look at right now that are made by some of the local developers. Just Ludo hai, then there is Teen Patti. Obviously, Ludo has a whole bunch of inherently viral features where the game grows on its own. But a lot of them have been able to, really be able to deliver a great distribution model and a good monetization model. One of the things that we are yet to see crack is where can we have great development combined with great distribution as well as very effective monetization come out of India. And that's where I really see the next big ticket item for whoever is out there to take it.
So you're saying it's a combination of great development with great distribution and great monetization, right? It's almost like I'm also dreaming at the same time. So give me like an ideal case of like what would that be, like a great quality game development which has the capability to kind of not only distribute in India but around the world, Monetization is kind of more intrinsic to the gameplay, right? It depends whether you're going in for a subscription model or a freemium model. So it's kind of more intrinsic to how you design the customer journey over there. So I'm assuming that if you create the market, I'm guessing the monetization will come.
Yeah, so but it's a very difficult thing to create a new market from the ground up.
Correct.
And the thing is, there are even inside the games industry, there is a whole different way of being able to monetize your users. Like we have stuff like hyper casual, where the amount of money you are going to make from a user, that's measured for roughly 3 days. That's it, right? Like that's all you are expecting the shelf life of your product to be. Key once the user has installed this game, how much effective money I am making from the user back within 3 days, versus you'll have some of the massive games elsewhere. But even in all of this, I think the big challenge then becomes how are you able to effectively manage. Now I'm just going to go into some product management jargon. How do you manage the lifetime value of the user versus the cost per install? Right? In simple language, basically what that means is within a given amount of time, how much overall money can I make from a user once he downloads and installs the app, versus how much does it cost me to get that user. So here the key thing that really helps drive down the cost per install is how original and great your content is, because sometimes the game mechanics transcend boundaries. So that's where you also are at a disadvantage against global developers, because the kind of games you are making here, as a, let's say if you're a new business in India, and you want to try and build out something, what should be your new product, right? So if you try and target the global audience immediately at that moment, even if you might be great at producing the games, or you first need to figure out the distribution part, right? So, but even if you first have the great content, there you are still fighting the best developers elsewhere, right? So it sort of becomes case to case basis. As a business, you'll have to decide, where do my strengths really lie? Because I try to believe in a very interesting quote by Justin Khan, who was the founder of Twitch. He says, first time founders focus on the product, and second time founders focus on the distribution. So which piece have you figured out first? And like, what are your strengths as a business that really impact that decision? So for us, as example, our strength is big content. So that's why we've sort of stayed away from trying to figure out marketing and distribution. So for that, we tend to work with partners. So like I said, so there are different pieces of business similar to the movie business, right? Like you might have just a production house, and then there's a distribution house. So I think we haven't had enough specialization of businesses also in India enough for that ecosystem to bloom, basically.
Got it. So I think I'm reading that it's slightly at a premature stage. I won't say at an immature stage, but at a premature stage. And we believe that there is enough amount of, and I'm going to use a word loosely called enthusiasm, keeping it slightly more open-ended in that context about the business at large, that we're going to see several kind of entities and companies based on skill set kind of start investing about what their play in the so-called kind of gaming business is going to be. There might be capabilities coming on the production side or the studio side. There'll be capability coming in the distribution side or the marketing side. And then obviously there's a capability on the consumer side that'll come up that'll potentially kind of look at how this ecosystem gets brewed. So the message that I'm getting is that it's definitely a massive opportunity for all stakeholders to kind of consider. It's just identifying what your core strengths are and building along those lines would be preferential as a good kind of start point.
Correct. So I mean, it's obvious, right? Like India is the biggest, download in terms of number of apps for Play Store worldwide right now. The opportunity is obviously there, huge, right? Like the only issue that generally people look at is okay, Indian users don't give us enough money in the games industry. That's sort of the general gripe I hear from everybody else, right? But the point there also is that you have to cultivate those users.
Sure.
They are not just inherently going to follow your game because you are performing in a specific other territory.
Sure.
So in that way, India is a little different for quite a few people who are looking to enter it from an external perspective as well.
Sure. Let's change track a little bit, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but spend a few minutes. Let's talk about talent in terms of game development talent or studio talent, right? Again, an aspect of education being provided to the right set of colleagues at the right stage is an aspect of what's the overall business opportunity. Now, this might not be a relevant question maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line, but on the early side of any business, as we call, right, there would be a certain question in terms of the overall capability across skill sets in the country to develop high quality games. So again, I'm not referencing so much to casual games, but more going in the mid-core to AAA space, purely because the cumulative experience doesn't exist to be able to do this caliber of work at scale, right? And I know there are bits and pieces of indie games being developed in that space, but at scale there isn't much that's currently going on. So my question to you is that when you're looking at developing high-quality games, how do you source talent, or do you believe India has good potential talent or good talent that can contribute, or what should we be doing as an ecosystem to kind of incubate great talent? Any suggestions, recommendations for the larger world?
Right. So I think India has some amazing technical talent. What I mean by that is not just in the programming or the development side of things, but also in terms of art, that we have great technical artists in the sense they can produce stuff very effectively, nicely, but we still have a scarcity of creative people overall in the industry, in the sense we have a lack of game designers. So a game designer is basically like a director for a movie, right? Like Hindi में कहेंगे तो सूत्रधार, somebody who holds the thread together for the entire project, working with sound people, artists, animators, programmers, the schedulers, the budgeting guys, the quality analysis guys. So there is, I think, still a big scarcity of people who can bring all of these things together. We have a lot of great individual talent in specific verticals, like I mentioned, technical talent. That great 3D production is there, great 2D production skills are there, great animation skills, VFX skills. And I think with Epic announcing a bunch of stuff in this event as well, I think the game technology stack is going to enter into the movie production and TV production space very soon. And we have great talent for that as well, I think, because we've seen a lot of democratization of skills in the past 5 years, where with the marketplaces becoming available in Unity, Epic, there's a lot of ease of things in terms of being able to make a basic game from the ground up. I remember the back of heydays, about 15 years ago, where it would be very difficult to just make a simple platform game. It would take you a year to do that. Yeah, but it's now very easy. You get stuff like this just right out of the box. So there's been definitely a lot of democratization of the talent, but I still think we have some amount of good business talent as well, but we haven't had enough just companies in the ecosystem for the talent to bloom. Like for example, in Zynga, led to actually, apart from our own studio, it led to some of the Zynga alumni have founded some amazing companies like Placeable Games, this Moonfrog, and I think there's a few other companies also that Zynga alumni. There's a board game company. So I don't think we've had enough of these companies to get the mushrooming talent across different cities, where people can come together and make use of all this technical talent available. So I think those are the two areas I think where we are lacking, where there's lack of enough investment and there's lack of enough creative talent that can bring all the technical talent we have across the board together.
Understood. Just a quick shout out to all the delegates that are online. We're getting some very good questions, and I think I'd encourage you guys to kind of leverage this format, throw as many questions on. We're a fairly kind of a 30-minute schedule. I'll maybe kind of ask one or two more questions and then maybe jump on to some of the questions that have come about. I apologize that we've not been going to be able to answer all your questions, but I'll pick up one or two at least from the audience just to make sure that we get a chance to kind of answer those. But we can potentially try and send answers to colleagues later. So maybe just two more questions from my side before I jump into audience question. One is, we've heard this thing in 2018, 19, more 2019 actually come about, with the concept of cloud gaming, right? So that then adds another dynamic to the gaming world, because the simple premise behind cloud gaming, as I think about it, taking away the complications, is high fidelity graphics being rendered on your device to be able to play console level gaming on your device, right?
Okay.
Now, if you picture that across or paint that across a global footprint, one of the number one, number two markets from a growth perspective would be India, right? So automatically you would assume that if there are fabulous console games like Destiny or Halo or whatever, some of the best games that we played, you would think that, some of these experiences, even on a 90%, 95%, with some generation loss, if that's any, through the rendering that come through, that experience on the device will be phenomenal experiences for gaming for the end users. So that further adds a chink in the wheel as far as a lot of the Indian developers are concerned, because you now have high quality consoles being able to render on the thing. But what is kind of cloud gaming kind of short-term to long-term opportunity, and is this a play? How do we use it as India as a country, or the developers as a country, for our advantage?
Right. So I think there are two pieces where cloud gaming is really going to impact. I think in the short term, one very important piece that all of the big service providers need to solve is of input latency. In simple terms, what that means is how much time does it take for me to press a button and see the reaction of the character on my screen, right? At scale, are we able to solve that effectively? Because for games, that's one of the most important things. Like games provide consumers agency, where I can be somebody else inside the game. I can be a hero, a fighter, a soldier, anybody else. So it's paramount for all of the big businesses that are looking to scale to sort of solve input latency, which we are yet to see a very good solution at scale working very effectively. It's only available in certain pockets with very high, high speed connections, LAN connection. So we are yet to see how it pans out in the short term. But in the long term, I think with the advent of 5G in a 5-year cycle, definitely cloud gaming is going to change the landscape for everybody, because we are going to move from a download and play model to pick up and play anytime you want, anytime you wear, share control with somebody else during cloud gaming. All sorts of use cases are going to be possible with cloud gaming, basically, right? And the other thing it'll do is it'll blur the line between your small device.
Mayur, I think there's some bandwidth issue at his end. I would just request you, Mayur, to please turn off your video so that the audio is not interrupted. While he connects back, Mr. Hussain, would you have some insights on any of the questions that are so?
Yeah, so I can take a couple of questions while Mayur kind of jumps back on, right? So let me try and take, what are three things, this is a very interesting question, what are three things you think game developers should keep in mind while developing games in India? So I think the first thing is clearly kind of identifying in terms of who the consumer set is, in terms of you developing the game for, kind of doing a complete identification of what the market opportunity is, what are the similar games that exist in that space. So we're very clear understanding in terms of the kind of journey that you would want the gamer to go through. So I think people don't spend enough time on that particular part of the business, but I think that's a very important kind of aspect of very clear identification or even market research of understanding of why you want to develop the game and how do you kind of develop a game specifically for a consumer set. The second question.
Sorry, I think I got disconnected.
Yeah, no worries. The second, so Mayur, I'm just answering one of the consumer questions quickly. The second one was thinking about in terms of, and this is what Mayur was also saying, was kind of identifying your core skill set, depending on whether it's distribution, publishing, or it is more in terms of product development. So clearly identifying the product, I think that's an area where people need to spend a lot of time. Understanding in terms of how do you build a game that has a certain amount of immersive experience that's built, right? Because this is not a touch and go experience. You want the consumer to come and spend hours with the product. So the expectation being the highest, that's the second aspect that's very important for game developers in India. And I think the third is, and I'm saying this again, the third could be multiple facets, but the third is looking at how you're able to get distribution going for the product, right? Because you want to make sure that extensive sampling is available. So at some part of the journey in the developmental cycle, kind of identify what you believe would be the right publishing or distribution strategy. I'm also conscious that we're running out of time, so I want to allow Mayur to maybe get in the last couple of minutes because he was dropped off. Sorry we couldn't answer your questions, but Mayur, you want to just quickly kind of finish your statement, or if there's any closing statements you'd like to make.
Right. So I've had a chance to interact fortunately with Ali before. It's a fantastic. Hello. Am I?
Mayur, your audio is kind of dropping in and out. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, no worries. So Mayur, let's log off. We appreciate because we're almost at the end of the session. So I'm just going to say thank you for everyone for being a part of this. Hopefully this was helpful, useful. We wish Mayur and Hypernova Interactive the very best. And thank you for listening to us and have a fabulous evening.
Thank you so much to both our speakers for being with us today and engaging in such an interesting conversation. I would also like to thank our associate partners, VRAR Association, and knowledge partners, RedSeer. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mayur.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Panel on the topic best strategies to monetize your game. We have with us a power-packed panel consisting of Prithvi Raj, Associate Director, Strategic Media Client Leader Nielsen as the moderator. Joining him is Ankit Gupta, Head of Apps Partnership Google India, Afzar Ahmed, Co-founder Gameberry Labs, Simon Shankar, Co-founder Sports Unity Private Limited, Rahul N. Bhardwaj, Co-founder and CEO of Jungly Games, Arpit Jain, Founder and CEO Greedy Games. I now hand over the proceedings to the moderator, Mr. Prithvi Raj.
Thanks, Amitabh. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for staying with us. I know it's a little late. It's post office hours, 7 p.m. and all. Actually, wait, that's not really true anymore, is it? Because sure, before the pandemic, when you say 7 p.m., you think, okay, day is nearly done and you're wrapping up if not done. But I think post the pandemic, I'm not sure when our day really ends. So a good evening still to everyone. We have an excellent panel with us and a really fascinating topic, which is, again, as Amitabh said, best strategies around monetizing your game. Now, we've been with Nielsen Village of tracking the smartphone space for a couple of years now. And this year has certainly been crazier than most, especially for gaming, right? We've seen a significant increase, not just in the reach of people playing games, but also the time they spend playing games. We've seen growth in real money games. We've seen a lot of skill-based games growing. We've seen social gaming that's really picked up. So something that I'm interested in is also this topic. So I can't wait to hear what our panelists have to say. So to start with, let's just define the scope. So when we say monetization, and Rahul, maybe I can direct this to you and perhaps Afzal as well. When I say monetization, what are the different ways of monetizing a game?
Sure. Thanks for that, Prithvi. I'll kick off with
we will speak, or I will speak specifically about the real money. And yes, it's dinner time. Sorry, that's my son in the middle now. That's the beauty of doing these calls, right? Right away. Like the minute we start, there's someone who wants to jump in. So I was saying I'll start with the skill gaming space and how we monetize in that. And then of course, please take over for the social and in-app. It's really straightforward. When two people play against each other, there's an opportunity for each one to bank on their skill to win the game. And we provide an opportunity for you to develop value out of that. So, Prithvi, you and I can play a game of chess. I bring in 10 rupees, you bring in 10 rupees, we play the game of chess. You win, you take my 10 rupees, right? And that's a fair game because your skill is for you to decide if you want to put 10 rupees against your own skill. And it's fair for me to say if I want to play you, right? Maybe you're an okay player, maybe you're a great player, but I get to decide if I want to play you or not and bring in the 10 rupees. So between us, there's an exchange of a game. That's a skill game, of course, the game of chess. In our case, we utilize a lot of games that are legally outlined by games, in the law, rummy, or whether it's chess or it's pool or carom. But we allow ourselves to provide these games to users as a platform. And now this is where Junglee Games comes in. So Prithvi, again, when you come in to play chess and I come in to play chess and I bring in 10 rupees, you bring in 10 rupees, we play chess on Junglee Games chess game. And when you win my 10 rupees, you win the 10, but 2 rupees is taken by Junglee Games as a platform fee. So you win 8 rupees. So that's the business model, or that's the revenue generation, mechanism that skill gaming companies use. It's not just us; it's every gaming company that out there that does any form of cash-based skill gaming to that effect. So that's pretty much the one way you could monetize your game if it's a game of skill, of course. Afsar?
Yeah, Rahul, thank you so much. So in terms of free-to-play gaming, if you think about, we can divide it into multiple types of monetization. The best, which I would say is, and which ideally a developer should first look at, is the advantage or leverage type, where if it's a single player game, you're giving some kind of a leverage, additional benefits to maybe like a power up thing. If it's against somebody, it's more like a leverage that I can have a slight leverage above the other player. So in social games, especially in case of Ludo, for example, I would say we have a very small leverage kind of a feature, which helps us monetize really well, and that you can see in a lot of other games as well. So advantage and leverage is the first and the most strongest. It could be in terms of extra moves, how it happens in match 3, or it could be like a stronger weapon in terms of one-on-one PvP games. It could be time-based leverage where you can speed up very quickly. So games like Clash of Clans, these guys monetize really well with time-based leverage. The second type of offering can be intrigate, more like what Rahul was saying, where you have certain currency and you offer that currency as part of playing that game, choosing to play the game. But to my experience, I mean, I haven't seen Intrigate working so well. It is more like a ticket mechanics, and people actually hate it a lot. So the more you can avoid it, the better it is. And the third one is the cosmetics, basically vanity-based monetization that people generally use. And across these 3 offerings, you will see different types of models being used. For example, microtransactions can be there, subscription can be there, ads can be there, and all of these will be always leading you towards either of these offerings, most cases.
Sorry, it took me a moment to unmute there. So thank you, Rahul and Afsar, for that. Afsar, sorry, just a follow up, because you raised an interesting point. I'm not too familiar with leverage. If you can maybe spend a little bit more time explaining what that is, because I'm familiar with cosmetics, so that you have it doesn't necessarily improve your gameplay. It's just more for flex, and it's just more for just the cosmetic of it. But when you say a leverage, could you just maybe just give me a
Yes, absolutely. So
sorry,
for example, I will take example of our game as well directly. So for example, in Ludo, if you've noticed, we have an in-game currency which gives you an option of rolling the dice again without the other player actually knowing about that. So, but we do not give you an unlimited option of doing that. we just give you like 5 options in a span of 45 minutes. So that's an additional leverage that you have over the other player. And it is something which people actually look forward to, where as a payer, especially payers, look forward and love to have power ups, leverages, and advantages like this.
Understood. No, makes sense. So no, then this is helpful. Another monetization format that I'm familiar with is also the ad-supported part. So maybe Simant, if I can direct this to you and maybe Ankit, which is, as a game developer, when and how should one decide which model to choose? You've got the real money games, you've got the ad-supported, you've also got the pay to win, if you will, and cosmetics. So like different combinations, right? So I know you're coming from one point of view as well, but if you can just give us a sense on what could be some of the best practice in terms of what model should you choose and at what point.
Sure, Ankit, you want to go first? I'll just follow on later.
Sure. So I think great points from Afsar and Rahul, right? How I would like to divide the monetization would be the user-led monetization and ecosystem or advertiser-led monetization, right? And if I put myself in the publisher's shoes, what I would do is I would look at macro trends and then see that what I am bringing to the table, right? So when I say macro trends, I will see that more and more users are playing games now. They have better phones. They are spending more on games. So that's a positive trend. So that looks lucrative. If I see advertiser trends, more and more advertisers are turning to digital, and they are and better technologies are combining users and advertisers, right? So that is a positive trend. So if I see at macro level, both the trends seem very, very positive from user and advertiser perspective. So then as a publisher, I think how I would look at it is that what is my expertise? What is my area of expertise? What I am bringing to the table? Am I very familiar with a particular country trend? Like, do I know people there, what they would like? Do I have a specialization in a particular game genre that I understand that genre? I can build that genre. I think that should be the questions which publishers need to ask themselves and their team. And then there will be natural gravitation towards a particular monetization type which that category offers, right? So for example, if you are in hardcore game, then obviously in-app purchases and rewarded ads would make a lot of sense. If you're in hyper casual games, then you can have banner and interstitial ads as well as rewarded and IAP economy, right? So like, long answer short, I think the overall trends are really good, macro trends. What publisher need to see is that what is their area of expertise, and some genres will offer different types of monetization opportunities. Yeah, over to you, Sim.
Sure. So just following on with what Ankit just said, I completely agree with him. And being in the gaming industry for the last 3 years, I've also seen a very dramatic trend on how monetization has been impacting the user base and the kind of user mindset that you're getting when you actually launch a game in the country. From an India perspective, yes, we believe that you have one option that you have to look at is what is the entire longevity or time to play for a game that you have launched. If you have a longish level, like for example, a level which is it'll take about 15 minutes to play, 10 minutes to play, that gives you a lot of scope for either IAP or interstitial ads to come in. Also, rewarded video ads can actually pay a very big difference if your game mechanics support it. So what I've noticed is that you have to understand what is the organic game mechanics that you have. You can't really force fit one of the solutions inside the game just because it is giving a competitor better revenue and you believe that it is something that you should also have in your game. That's one of the key mistakes that I've seen people who have put in. You have to also understand what is the mindset of the audience which is coming inside. For example, for the real money gaming, we have real money trivia. So we have launched that in the country. One of the first of the categories, in the real money trivia segment. And we've noticed that people who come into real money trivia are coming in there for winning money. It's more about the charm of winning something. The euphoria of winning something is more prominent as compared to the user experience of playing the level or the euphoria of ending a level, right? So if you have something like an Angry Birds, the euphoria is there to end the level. That's where the in-app purchases come in, because the mechanics have these built in that you can buy a better bird, you can buy a weapon, or for PUBG you can buy something which can give you an added advantage over your competitor. As far as real money gaming is concerned, what we have noticed is that with the kind of the turnaround time is very quick for trivia. We have about 8 questions to 10 questions in each level. That takes less than a minute to play. There isn't enough scope for an ad to be consumed. There is enough scope for an in-app purchase to be consumed in that particular case. So we've noticed that people generally switch over to topping up their wallets inside the app. There is a higher push towards doing that as compared to a free mode where you have to consume a couple of ads to be able to play further. So again, it all depends upon what is your mass. I think your demography makes a very big difference here. You have to be very careful about what is the segment of audiences that you're trying to target. Are you targeting brain surgeons? Are you targeting teenagers? Are you targeting women? So you have to understand what is the mentality of those people and kind of build the game mechanics to support that mentality. So according to me, I don't think there is really a one-size-fits-all answer to that question. I think it has a lot to do with our understanding. Again, capturing the right amount of data is very important. When you have launched your game in beta for a few days, understand what is the flow that the user is taking. Where are they getting stuck? Where do they need those painkillers inside the entire journey? So that is where you have an opportunity of either putting an ad there or getting someone to pay $1 to buy something, whatever it is, and allow them to get that experience in a seamless fashion.
I just wanted to add, sorry, Prithvi, I just wanted to add that there are 2 ways to approach gaming, right? It's the left brain, right brain thing. You can go with the creative side, which is that if you are making a really creative game that people enjoy to play, they'll pay for it. There are plenty of games and examples out there where the developer didn't have to think about data and didn't have to think about in-app purchase or monetization at all, right? It was just a work of art. So I just want to say to the audience, we don't even know who's here, can't even see. But if any of you have an idea, don't worry about it. If you can't think of data or you can't think of mechanics and where to monetize the user, if you have an idea, you should just produce it because it could be a work of art. Yes, there is, of course, the other way to approach it, which is the data-oriented point of view. And that, of course, allows the other side, which is not so creative, maybe not so artistic, to monetize and allow to understand where the user can be hooked while playing the game to go ahead and produce a screen that says, okay, you enjoy this, now pay now to play more, right? Which is a very basic mechanism to monetize a game. So I just wanted to add that piece there, that there is an artistic side of it. We don't have to talk about it, but it does exist.
No, I'm glad you brought it up, Rahul, because sometimes we tend to look at just the business numbers of it and lose focus on maybe the core reasons of why many of us got into gaming in the first place, right? At the development or partaking in it. So I'm glad you brought that up. And interesting points. So building on what we said, just taking forward in terms of in-app purchases, right? And maybe Afsar, if I can come back to you on this, and Rahul, Ankit, I'm going to pick your brain as well on this, which is, are there specific categories of games that are most likely to see in-app purchases, and why would that be?
Yeah, so Prithvi, thanks. Thanks for this question. Pretty interesting because I think Ankit will add a lot of points over here because he might be having more visibility on how things are happening across categories. From my understanding, there are few things that I can point out. One thing is, it's not necessarily true that a particular category only monetizes really well. Whereas if you look from a different perspective, from opportunity perspective, I would say, if you're looking at other spaces which are not monetizing so well at this moment, but there is huge user demand over there, people want to play those games, then it's a great opportunity to actually look into those areas and try to figure out a monetization model over there. Few examples I can quote is one of the example could be Ludo itself, because before we entered the market, there was no Ludo game which was monetizing so well. And after we have introduced our monetization tactics, there are things that have come up, and a lot of companies have started adopting that same technique as well in terms of monetization. It has helped the whole Ludo space to grow as well. because now you have more power to spend money with the between the users and acquire some more users in that space, right? So there is a lot of scope and opportunity lying in other categories which might not be monetizing so well. Another example could be Golf Clash. People were playing golf games a lot, but if you check what Golf Clash did, was they brought a good monetization tactics around the game, and it has worked really well for them. And now you'll see that there are 4 or 5 games doing the same thing in the golf space, and suddenly the golf sports space has exploded larger than it was. So category, I think Ankit can elaborate more on that, but I would say that it is important from developer point of view that we look into opportunities where we can actually monetize for future. And like Rahul said, and it's at the end of the day, we became a developer because we loved building games, and that's the most important thing, I would say.
Yeah. Plus one to what Afsar said, right? I think it's more about that how much engagement you can create in a game. If you have good engagement, then there would be players who would be willing to pay for it in terms of real money through in-app purchases, or in terms of time by watching rewarded ads, right? Or spending more time in your app, in your game overall. So it's about creating that engagement, creating that hook that users come to your game again and again. Obviously, like there are generic trends where you will see hardcore games have more engagement, more time spent per user, whereas hyper casual games are quick churning games. But what I want to refer to what Rahul said, actually it resonated a lot. That there is a winner bias, right? We only see winners and say, okay, this works, right? But in retrospect, when we go and see those games, like, did we think that it would work? Like, did we predict that it can work? Like, there are a lot of examples, right? Not only in mobile gaming, like see Minecraft, like when it launched, nobody thought it could be something which would work. Or if you see Angry Birds, like there are multiple examples of things. And as Afsar correctly said, they have actually innovated themselves a lot in Ludo. Nobody thought that Ludo can generate so much of IAP revenue. So my input here would be that innovation is the key. If you can engage users and if you can create good gameplay, then users would be willing to pay, whether through time or whether through real money, in terms of getting that experience from your game.
So Prithvi, I'll just add a small point after, to what Ankit has said. So there are 2 ways of looking into it. One is the push model, where developers are pushing the game onto the users, and there is a pull model where users are pulling the games. I mean, they are making developers develop the game. I would say bigger developers can push the games. Smaller developer can pull and take advantage of what the user are demanding.
I think one other thing that I'd like to add here, I don't know if we really have the time to do that or not. But one other thing I also want to add here is that, again, as I mentioned, the game mechanics make a very big difference here. We have tried out instances where, let's say within the game, while you're competing with another user on the other end, can you buy something in real time and just get that slight competitive advantage? We build that impulse inside of you as you play. So, you need this hammer. The only way to really win the level in a rapid fashion is if you would have access to this hammer, and this hammer costs $10, for example, right? The problem with that comes in is that, the Indian payment systems also have a big problem, which is the OTP, right? So can you really go through those 3, 4, 5 steps of friction in order to make an in-app purchase? So even though a user wants to buy that hammer for $20, the friction prevents him from doing that, right? Same thing, can I watch a 1-minute video to get that hammer while the game is in progress, right? So you have to also figure that bit out. Can I put the other guy on pause, let Afsar watch this 10-minute Palmolive ad, and while Prithvi is waiting for him to hit him, you can't really do that either, right? So you have to understand that, okay, fine, can I get a person to prepay and give him the confidence that you can get your money back in case you don't use it? But that has worked for us, right? So what we've noticed is we have allowed users to deposit money and take that money out of the wallet without cutting any commission out of there. But it gives them a safeguard that at that time, when I want that 1 rupee hammer, I can just pay for it instantly and just buy it, right? So again, like I said, the Indian diaspora, along with the regulations, would make it very different. You can't take a case study from Europe and bring it to India. It may or may not work like that. You have to really understand the entire user journey. You have to put yourself in the shoes of a user, probably build a prototype, use it, put all those nag screens in the middle, whatever you get in a regular payment system, and see what the experience is. Are you feeling pissed? Are you feeling happy? If you're feeling happy, go for it, implement it, and I'm sure it's going to work.
No, thank you for that. I think that's a bunch of really interesting points of view. Rahul, is there anything you wanted to add on that? Because there's something small I want to just talk about in a bit. But
yeah, about my son, right? Who watches videos so he can earn items while playing Jurassic World. So it's a real deal. Kids have figured out that they don't have to pay for anything. They can download the game and watch. So what really works for monetization of, I would probably maybe say 18 and under, right? In his case, he's 4 years old. Is the ad economy. Just the right moment showing an ad and saying, watch this ad, we'll give you this hammer. Watch this ad, we'll give you this gun. Or watch this ad, and in his case, we'll give you this dinosaur. He's so nuts about all his Tyrannosaurus Rex and all these things. So ads do work, but they're more towards the younger side, right? The younger generation that don't have the instant payment mechanism, as Simon said. And of course, the older generation is like, here's my credit card, just bill me. I don't want to think about it. Go ahead and get it done, and I'm willing to play forward. So I think you want to decide whether your game, as you said, focuses on the older generation, the younger generation, who it's targeting, and based on that, decide what monetization. A serious a game that's for the older generation with ad monetization won't work as much, right? Because people are willing to pay. They're like, why am I seeing this ad? The younger generation will be okay, so show them the ad. So you have to make that very critical decision when you're developing your game.
I was going to take a pause and say that, a lot of the very, very valid points, because it's just essentially I'm seeing that there's no one size fits all. And that's like maybe a mistake that an outsider like me looks at, which is, can't we just do this or that, like, which is better? But you're right, it's about the type of game. It's about the fact that is it a strategy? Is it like a first person shooter? Is it more of like a very casual game? What is the time between rounds? What is the typical engagement a person has? Plus, what is the demographic that plays the game and the occasion of when they're playing the game? So it's a lot of factors to take into account, a lot of data to really drive that decision. So maybe the right answer might be a combination of all at different points in time for specific users in certain conditions, which doesn't help anybody I know, but it's generally I think that's what makes it pretty interesting. I'm just going to talk about a question on essentially advertising, because we did touch upon rewarded videos, and I'm sure there's more types. So I want to just get a sense of what are the different types of innovative advertising strategies that you've come across, and how do you ensure that the ad doesn't break the user or the gamer's experience? Maybe Arpit, if I can start with you on this, because again, a lot of experience that your organization has done in this space. So if I can just ask you, and maybe circle back to you, Ankit, on this ad question.
Sure, thanks, Ritwik. So yeah, I mean, just taking it forward from what Rahul mentioned, that obviously it's an art to make games, and you enjoy making games, and that's why you are in it. But there's also science, a lot of science involved, right? And the science of it is that if you look at the non-real money gaming games which are out there on the Google Play Store, at least in countries like India and where the majority of the user bases are coming, only less than 1% users end up doing any in-app purchases, and even that number might be higher if you look at the overall user base, right? So from what we have experienced, obviously each of the game type in each of the category, the geographies where you're distributing the games, they actually put a lot of you need to put a lot of emphasis on that while you're selecting your monetization strategy. But like you mentioned towards the end, that it is probably a mix of getting the right ads so that the user experience is also maintained, and obviously it is helping the user to either go further in the game or feel like they can still enjoy the game as long as they want without paying any real bucks, to make sure that the user is retained onto you. So specifically for us, we work with all kinds of advertising. Native ads is something that we that's our core focus in. And with native ads, we see that it opens up opportunities to place ads on real estate, which is not being utilized by either pop-ups or banners or full page interstitials, keeping the users interested still in moving ahead in the game. And by watching that ad or by going through that ad, monetizing the developers and keeping the sustainable project going on, and adding more features onto it. So like I mentioned, in terms of ad formats, apart from the rewarded ad, which actually works pretty well across the gaming genres. In terms of display, Ankit touched upon interstitials. They work pretty well in the kind of games like hyper casual games where that the user is probably not there for a long period of time, but he's going to have more engagements or more sessions within a short period of time. So you can basically monetize by using interstitials. And then with banners and native ads, you can actually still keep the user being a part of the experience, take the game experience, and parallelly monetize with these ads. Obviously, one disclaimer or one thing which I would like to mention here, and we can again pick it up later in the session, is that with advertising, you would need a certain threshold of users to be able to ensure you're actually getting some ROI back. Because with different scales, your LTVs might also change. And unless you have a certain threshold of users, which Ankit might be the better person to tell, you would not actually get the real value of what advertising can pay you back. And again, just to end this here, it's not just only about advertising in India or in countries where users are not paying that much, but even if you check out the trends in the last few years, especially with hyper casual games, they have done very, very well, especially in tier 1 countries, with the kind of eCPM, the kind of ad revenues that they are able to make and explode in terms of their user bases. So that's something that I would like to mention.
Yeah, thanks, Arpit, for that. Right, and just adding to that, as Arpit said, there are different formats, right? And there are innovations also coming in these formats, like adaptive banners, where it takes a full screen size so that it looks good. Arpit's company specializes in creating those innovative native ads, good design native ads, so that it blends into the system, right? But just few points, right? I think Seemanth also pointed this out earlier, that there are some obvious things, right? While you're playing a game, where are you placing that rewarded ad or that in-app purchase option, right? Say if you are playing a board game, say a mystery room game or a word game, and you want a tip, and do you watch a rewarded ad at that point of time or go for a purchase at that point of time, or you build it in advance so that there is no friction between the gameplay? So I think these are some very common sense things which publishers should keep in mind while designing the ad behavior for a user. I think the more important thing is that how you can use data to back some of these decisions, right? So a fundamental thing which we try to tell publishers is think about ad density or ad frequency, right? At what frequency you are showing ads. A lot of publishers try to think in terms of ad placements, whereas we are trying to make them think from ad frequency perspective, right? So see the real data, that how many ads a user actually saw. And publishers would be surprised. Some of the publishers were surprised they were showing so many ads, and some of the publishers were surprised, okay, they were not showing even one ad to a user per day. So those were the kind of contrasting statistics which we got. And there are multiple ways you can actually see that which ad placement is giving most interaction with those ads and which is not. So keeping a close eye on those data points, that how users are interacting with your ads, and using Firebase or other analytical tools also, you can see that how much time users spent after clicking that ad off your app, right? So you can see that whether that user actually interacted with that ad or not. With good ad placements also, the CTRs are 1% to 2%, right? So it's only 1 or 2% of your users who are interacting with the ads the way a publisher should think is not how to retain user, but how to make an engaging user experience. I think this is shifting from a negative mindset to a positive mindset, that how you create an engaging user experience is something which I think should be the focus, and using data to make sure that that the ad placements are not interfering in those in that engagement, or are not spoiling that experience is critical. And there are new and new data forms, data solutions which are coming, like smart segmentation, right, where you can identify whether this user is a paying user or a non-paying user, and then you can have different ad experience for both types of users. So these kind of solutions are also available. You can use Firebase predictions to see if this user is going to churn or not, and whatnot, right? So essentially, some common sense things which you should avoid to spoil user experience, and then use data to make sure that you are giving the right user experience, right ad density, right ad placement to the users.
Yeah, just a quick point here. I mean, some of the best publishers who monetize really, really well, what we've seen is they use A/B testing a lot. So whatever new ad, whatever new feature they're going to roll out, whatever new placement, they would just put it on 2%, 3%, 5% users and see how their retention metrics are getting changed, how much are they actually able to make out of the users, and then they start rolling things out to the majority of the users. So I mean, what we've seen is that sometimes publishers, based on their just inclusion or underutilize ads by overemphasizing on the UX. You should absolutely go with the data, like Ankit mentioned, and just see how it actually affects your users and whether or not it's actually taking your users away or actually increasing retention in some cases, like the rewarded video ads.
No, certainly interesting. I was just curious though, because you mentioned native, and I think intuitively I like the idea of native because it doesn't take me out of the experience at all. There's no click out. It's just within the space. But is there a risk that it's so native that the gamer doesn't notice? And how do you kind of test for that? And I know I'm slightly deviating from the topic here, but I'm just curious about this.
So I'll just keep it very, very short. I mean, if you observe the top app publishers in the world, including Facebook, Google's own apps, Snapchat, etc., everyone use only native ads in their apps. And obviously, they've figured out a way why it works well for their users, why it is the highest revenue generating format for their apps. The difficult part in native is that there is a lot of PNCs that you can put in, a lot of different combinations, a lot of different optimizations that you can do, because you can actually customize the entire experience to the team, right? So that's why it takes a lot of bandwidth to be able to strike the right design, right template in native ads. But definitely is something that most of the biggest publishers who make revenues from ads are using right now.
Oh, interesting. I'm just going to take a pause. I got a couple of interesting questions from the audience as well. I'll just take one now and I'll build up on it. So the question is basically, how do you think tier 2 cities can be used to drive growth in the gaming industry? So I'll take this question split into two types. One is in terms of how do we see tier 2 being this growth engine in terms of users? And the second part is in terms of monetization. Do we see tier 2 primarily being monetizing via the ad supported route, or do we actually look at real money games or in-app purchases from that? So two parts. One is in the user bit, and the second is in terms of the monetization part. Anyone wants to take a stab at that first?
So I can give the real money gaming perspective on that. So we get a substantial percentage of our revenue from tier 2, and that is quite surprising for us too. And if you come to look at it, a majority of the paying population are coming in from places like Bijnor and all of these, lesser known towns. The reason being is that first of all, the penetration of internet is quite recent in those cities. It is not like the urban population. So all of a sudden, you are going to a person who probably was working on a 2G connection up till for let's say the 20 years of his life, all of a sudden now has access to 4G. He has access to all that bandwidth, has access to all those smartphones, cheaper smartphones, which are pretty powerful. The biggest consumer of one of the biggest consumers, we all know the other one, of bandwidth is gaming, right? So you would either watch videos, which is going to be YouTube, or maybe your Netflix or Amazon Primes. or you would consume games. Now, the other thing about that we've noticed about tier 2 population is that they also have limited avenues of entertainment in their cities. I'm talking about pre-pandemic. Again, post-pandemic, things have changed substantially. We've all become tier 2 now. So the idea is that when you come to look at it from that perspective, the mobile gaming experience opens up a very, very huge door for entertainment for these people. And it's quite surprising because there are lesser modes of alternate entertainment. There is more dispensable income for games, right? So what the $2,000 that I would go and spend on a beer is, well, they do drink beer there too, but we would probably spend $4,000 to $5,000 going out on Friday night, whereas they would be spending $5,000, $6,000 on a game, and we have a lot of games which are experiencing those kind of LTVs. So the idea is, the other very interesting thing that we have noticed, and I hope it makes sense to that question. It is not exactly a tier 2 question. We actually did a very, very good analysis of who our paying customers are, and we actually started reaching out to them, especially the high rollers, if I were to come to it, because I wanted to first validate why are they doing what they're doing, okay, and to understand what is the mindset that they're coming up with, so that I can target them better, I can target similar people better. When we actually started calling our high rollers, we noticed that a majority, I won't say majority, but a very large segment of our high roller population were the panwalas. Okay. So we were figuring out, why is that happening? Okay. All of a sudden, why is this guy spending like $5,000 a day on our platform, right? Whereas people who are coming from the semi-elitist segments and elitist segments are not spending more than $500 a day, right? So when we started talking to them, we realized that ever since demonetization, everyone is on Paytm, everyone is on a mobile wallet. Okay. Everyone pays them on Paytm. Where do they use their Paytm balance? They have no other place to use it apart from by playing games, right? Because they're not the ones who are going to pay their, they pay their phone bills through Paytm and all of that, but their avenues of using that money are far more limited to our avenues of using that money. Right? So if you have $10,000 in your Paytm wallet just lying there, okay, and you don't want to transfer it to your bank account because that attracts a commission from Paytm, right? What do you really do? You have 10,000 dispensable income, friction-free, no OTP, right? Which is basically how you use that. You use that in a mobile game. So agreed, it is not just tier 2. I think it is more of a demography thing. If we can build more inclusion in your game, try to understand that, maybe build more Indianized games, right? Why don't you build a PUBG which is completely based on the Mahabharata? Maybe that will work, right? And that will actually attract a very good segment of the tier 2, tier 3 population to your platform.
The $1 million idea right there, right?
Yeah, there you go. It's out there now. Okay.
Yeah, maybe Priti, do we have some time? I can add perspective also.
We do.
Yeah, okay, yes. Great. So a lot of things I will resonate with what Simon said, and but just let me start with the user perspective, right? So as more and more users are coming from tier 2 cities on mobile, there's definitely affinity for them to play games, right? And their mobile phones are becoming better, as we already mentioned, right? I think it's about creating that right experience for those users. And you take like example of FMCG industry, right? It was very hard for them to sell their products, say in rural India. What they came up with was a sachet example, right? So 1 rupee sachet, it sells like crazy. You get volumes from that market, and you make a lot of money. Similarly, if you see, if you price it right and you give the right engagement and positioning for your product, it is going to give you a lot of revenue, right? And the per ad revenue or per user IAP revenue might be less, but if that user is spending enough time on your game, then eventually you will get a lot of revenue from that user, right? And what I really don't like right now in the market is that I see very less innovation which is there to engage these kind of users, right? So, for example, why we cannot build, say, a mystery room or a treasure hunt sort of a thing using Maps API for Dholpur, right? People would go crazy and they would love that kind of a experience which they can have from tier 2 cities native. So what I'm saying is it might not be a very great idea, it might fail. But what I'm saying is that I think we can have a lot of innovation which can attract tier 2, tier 3 cities users engagement. I think that is still lacking in the market, which can give better long-term LT.
Prithvi, if you have a minute, I can add another perspective to it, if it's okay.
Go ahead. I think it's a good topic, so we'll stretch on a little bit more. So that's cool.
So I'm glad that somebody brought this up because it's pretty interesting. So one of the examples when I was surprised, especially, was when one of the users from our games from Jamshedpur, she sent her payment receipt of all the payments she has done recently, and she did not receive the coins that she recently bought on Ludostar. And I was looking at those payment receipt, and I could see 3 to 4 pages in a month with CoinMaster Ludostar, CoinMaster Ludostar, CoinMaster Ludostar, CoinMaster Ludostar, and all the 3 pages were filled with that. And I was surprised that somebody sitting in Jamshedpur is paying so much money on our game. So it's a myth if people say that tier 1 people are playing and paying. Tier 2 people, tier 3 people are more loyal players, and they will form communities around it. They will invite their friends because they want to build relationships, and especially for social games, I would say it helps a lot in case of tier 2 and tier 3 because they will form their community. They will invite them to Facebook group. They will help the other guys get on board. They will become leaders, co-leaders, and they'll start getting
influencers.
Yes, absolutely, something like that.
So I have a question for you, Afsar. If you're developing a game, how do you develop it just for tier 2? Or what are the things to keep in mindset that this game should be focused on tier 2?
So Rahul, I think that's a even more difficult question, I would say. And to me personally, I don't have an answer for that. For how Simant said that maybe a Mahabharat for like with a PUBG setting would help, I'm not sure about that. I will not attempt that game. So I'm a very pessimistic in terms of when I'm picking games. So I will not pick that game especially, but I will look for something which is very easy to use for these guys, something that they can learn in just 2 minutes or something like that. CoinMaster is a very good example of a game which does not have any cultural reference to these guys, but it is just a 2-minute game. So you pick that game and you learn that game. So anything that is easy to understand, very casual in nature, and they can collaborate with their friends is something tier 2 will adopt.
Yeah, I think you hit it. One of the easy ones, exactly as you said, is the cultural reference. Like if there's something they played offline, Ludo, Carom, right, and things of that sort, those things get picked up much sooner than a conceptual role-playing game of that sort. But that's one thing you can just keep in mind, right? The culture. If you can transpose the culture, you might do well.
Absolutely.
Wow. No, I'm just so surprised because when I thought a gamer and what we call a whale, right, like a heavy spender in gaming, I thought it would be like a young urban metro male, really into the gaming space. I didn't expect it to be either Panwala or a middle-aged woman in small town India. So that's genuinely fascinating stuff. It makes you really wonder and rethink how you prioritize maybe the in-app purchase part of it. Also on the advertising part though, so is it fair to say, and sorry, I'm trying to oversimplify here, but is it fair to say that maybe for small town users, because the limited sources of entertainment, we can tweak it such that the monetization is more directly via in-app purchase or microtransaction versus maybe naturally you can't do that, right? In a metro, you can't say that it'll be rewarded video because metro audiences might be more premium, but you can't oversimplify that way either, can you? No. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. But that's genuinely interesting. Sorry, I was just sidetracked because of the fact that it's far more complex than I thought. 47 minutes before this, I thought it was much simpler space, but I realized it is definitely more complicated. So one last question. I know we're slightly out of time, but see, in Western markets, we hear that free to play is going to be the future, and they're all pivoting towards that. Now here, Arpit, you brought out that the conversion of a person going free to actually making a purchase might be 1% for certain categories, maybe might be slightly higher for real money games. But essentially, what is our view in India though? I mean, if you had to give a guidance to a developer here, would you suggest maybe looking at the microtransaction route first, or growing the base and trying and having the ad supported way? Or what would be maybe your guidance to give them? And Rahul, Simant, Afsar, if I can maybe lean on you to start this off because of some of the points that you raised earlier.
Okay. If you are starting out a new game, obviously, see, ad revenue would only become substantial once you have enough volumes and enough longevity of a user on the app, which will take some time for it to happen. Again, there is no overnight success that you would get in building a game. So I think that is something that I want to really put out there, like at the outset, right? Having microtransactions would also, I think, would be the right way to start. We have tried our hands with having ad support, and we started with microtransactions from the day one. And at one point in time, we actually built a ad-supported model as well for our free gamers, because there's a good substantial amount of people who play for free before they really go and commit money into the platform. What we've noticed is that when we introduced ads, again, it's just the flavor of our game maybe. When we introduced app, the conversions from free to paid actually decreased and the churn increased, because I think it probably was somewhere getting in the way of their experience. Maybe it was kind of breaking their momentum at one point in time, because you have to place that ad somewhere, right? So what we did is we completely removed the ad. We made it absolutely free to play, and we just actually put a very small opportunity cost nudge at the end of the game. So when you win a level, instead of just saying, hey, you know what, congratulations, you won, we also tell you that if you were paying for this game, you could have won. This is what your opportunity cost could have been. You could have won $50 if you were to play. If this was a ₹5 game for you right now, right? So when they see that nudge again and again and again and again as they're winning and winning and winning, at one point in time they get that confidence and say, you know what, why don't we give that a shot? So I think if you were to ask from what we have learned from our story, we started with microtransactions from day one. It has helped us. It was a steady growth. I won't say it was. We started out with almost a 5%, 4 to 5% conversion from free to paid, which increased to 8%, which increased to 15%, and now it is at 18%. So, but we have zero ads on an app. We've tried that route, didn't work. When we said that let the experience be completely trouble-free, let them get that paid experience right at the outset, so that they can feel that, all right, now in order to continue, in order to now get to the next level of making money, let's top up that wallet inside the app. So if I were to come with it, yes, does that model not work? It works. Yes, it worked for us. I'm sure it worked for a lot of other people. And I'm also sure that there would be many examples of the other model working as well, having ads right on day one. But yes, the CPCs right now are still very, very low in India. The money you're earning from ads would not make sense till you have a decent amount of volumes. You also have to understand what is your cost of acquisition for a customer, because those are still high, right? So for a paid customer, you can be paying anywhere from $150 to $500 to $2,000, depending upon your game, right? Is there enough longevity of the user on the app to recover that money through advertisements? It'll be difficult.
I just want to add, right now in India, the highest money-making business model is the real money games.
Yes.
Ads don't do as much, in-app purchase don't do as much, right? So there's a reason why we're in real money gaming. Other companies are in it. Everyone's trying. Those who are doing free-to-play launch real money versions because it's just the way it is, right? People have an affinity to receiving value back, especially if that value is back in money for the game played and the time they spent. So the easiest thing you can do for your game is if you can figure out a way for it to be a skill game that people can play against each other and win real money, that will kick you off right away. Then you can sort of, go from there and figure out if you want to go with ads or you want to go with in-app purchase and what else you want to add to it.
Awesome.
Yeah, so just adding to
yes,
that, I totally appreciate real money gaming, and we are specifically into free-to-play, and over the period of time in the last 3.5 years that I have been in this industry, and especially when I'm looking at the Indian audience, the microtransactions that they are doing, I've seen that graph going up and up, and it might not be as big as real money game, but it's actually growing a lot. And in terms of ads, again, ads follow the place where you're getting more money, right? The more money people are spending on IAP or any other places, the more ads will give you in terms of revenue. That's a simple mathematics why ads work and why you can be monetized, make money from ads, right? So as the IAP transactions, or I can talk about IAP only. So IAP transactions, as they grow further in India, you'll see ad monetization improving in terms of CPMs, and that will help a lot to the developers coming in later on in the game.
Yeah, just last 30-second add to that. Globally, mobile gaming is a $70 billion industry, right? And there are different business models which work. And what I would say is publishers need to think what works for which type of user. If in a lot of business models, as Seemant and Rahul said, are working really great for Indian users. But what publishers need to keep in mind that what business model they can produce at what speed. And as Afsar said, right, there are various users who are willing to pay via IAP or get very good CPMs internationally. In India, I think, yes, CPMs are challenged. Building more engaging content is the way to do it. And as Seemant and Rahul mentioned, that that's one type of engagement which is really paying off in India.
Super. I think we're beyond time, and I see Amita giving me the look. So I think
Yes,
it's been a
gentlemen, we have
fantastic
stretched a
conversation.
bit.
But I'm going to hand it back to Amita, and thank you all. It's been a lovely discussion. I've learned a lot.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful. We have learned as well, I bet.
Thanks, Prithvi, for your help to moderate this session, and thank everyone, and gentlemen, for such an engaging session. We really enjoyed it as much as we believe the audience did. So sad that we have to cut it short. With that, we end this session. Stay safe. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. See ya.
Bye.
Thank you.
Taylor, Content Partnerships and Business Development, Stadia at Google. I would like to request all the delegates to keep posting their questions in the chat box, and our speaker will address a selected few towards the end of the session. Over to you, Jonathan.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good evening to everyone. Good morning from California. It's a great pleasure to be here and to talk to you a little bit today about Stadia. First, I'd like to just give you a little introduction about myself and tell you a little about who I am. So I joined Google as an MBA intern in 2012, and then joined full time in 2013. I was originally in the finance area where I supported Chromecast and the Chrome browser businesses. In 2015, I was able to partner with a small select group of people that were working on the early stages of Stadia. So I was one of the first 10 people to start working on the product. And I actually had the opportunity to get my hands on really early on and be one of the first people on the team and build the original business model for the business. I ultimately then moved over to the content development team, business development team, where I still am today, and I focus on game partnerships and working with game developers and publishers to bring their games over to the Stadia platform. So some of you may be asking, what is Stadia? Stadia is Google's new game streaming platform, which is a service that enables you to play high-end AAA games across multiple screens with one click of a button without the need for you to buy an expensive console or a high-end gaming PC. The platform was launched last November, so we're now a year old, and we are currently live in 14 countries across North America and Europe. So the goal of Stadia and what we enable players to do is to have high-end gaming experiences up to 4K at 60 frames per second with HDR and surround sound. Again, that's across multiple screens. So today, we know most players are playing across television, on their computers, and also mobile. And on all of those platforms across the world today, there are 2 billion players that are enjoying gaming experiences. So at Stadia, we have a platform that enables gamers to play on all of those devices with just, again, the simple click of a button. So on televisions, you enable you to play on smart TVs as well as cast devices. So you can just plug in your Chromecast in the back of your television, and immediately you can start playing high-end AAA games. Across PC, Mac, and Chromebook, you can play directly by just using the Chrome browser. And on mobile, you can start playing across select Android devices. And we just announced last week that we're going to start experiments on iOS gameplay as well. So we look to that coming very soon. And this is all possible because we are leveraging Google's massive investment in data centers and infrastructure. And so we're bringing this new platform at scale. And again, you don't need to go out there and buy an expensive new piece of hardware to be able to access this platform. Stadia is free to play. And once you sign up for it, you actually get $10. And we enable you to have access for 1 month to our subscription service that enables you to have a select catalog of games as well. So one of the mantras in the early days, and something that we used to just start off as a bit of a joke, but our new gaming platform is our data centers. And so what you're looking at is actually a photo right now of Stadia in one of Google's data centers. And so again, just the massive investment in bringing together the client and server in one space and doing that at large scales. We're really excited about the new type of gaming experiences, and I'll get into that in just a second, that this kind of infrastructure will enable developers to build and also gamers to experience. So there are a few advantages to Google's architecture and what it's going to do to revolutionize game development. First, on the multiplayer front, again, you're able to have sub-millisecond interactions between the client and server because, again, they're in the same space sitting within the data centers. And in time, you'll start to be able to see that the ability to have larger multiplayer experience is something that this type of architecture will enable. So, for example, you can perhaps have battle royale experiences that aren't just limited to 100 players, but to up to 1,000 players. Simulation is something that is really powerful as well. So the ability for you to have larger game worlds, more NPCs in those worlds, interacting in more real time is something that, again, is one of the key benefits of this architecture. Intelligence. So across Google, there are a number of investments that the company has made across artificial intelligence as well as machine learning. And a lot of those APIs will start to leverage those to enable smarter and more enhanced gameplay experiences that are more personalized, specific to you as a player. And finally, really excited about this, but leveraging YouTube to have more unique game playing and viewing experiences. Every single day, hundreds of millions of people are logged into YouTube and interacting with gaming content on that platform. And so we're bringing out some new tools and APIs, experiences that will enable gamers and viewers, again, to have a more interactive experiences. And so the very first of those are coming out right now. So we have in a select few titles, some of our new features focused on crowd play. The ability for the gaming audience to interact with games that are happening live via YouTube and change what's dynamically happening within those games. We have crowd play where people can queue up on YouTube and sign up to be able to jump through a stream and start immediately playing with some of their favorite streamers. And we also have some more exciting tools that will be coming out shortly as well. So as I said earlier, Stadia currently is live in 14 countries. So right now that's the US, Canada, and Europe. That's the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden, Belgium, and Ireland. And we know that there are many gamers across the world that are very excited. Every single day on our Reddit, one of the most popular requests is to bring Stadia to another region. Right now, do not have anything to announce on that front, but we are constantly sort of looking, examining, and studying different markets. And right now, these are the 14 countries that we are launched in, but we're constantly studying more. And today, Stadia is over a year old, and by the end of this year, we'll have over 100 plus games on the platform. And my team, again, we're focused on working on game partnerships. There will be many, many more coming in 2021. Just a select highlight of some of the games that have come to the platform. So Cyberpunk will be coming in December as a SimShip title. We've SimShipped the Avengers, Doom Eternal. Those are some of the more notable titles on the platform. But also, again, in our subscription service, there are in November 31 games that if you decide to subscribe into, you will have access to add to your catalog, to your library of games that you will be able to instantly play across multiple different screens. And so Stadia is constantly getting better, evolving, and growing. And so we're really excited about where we are, but also where we're going into the future. And that was just a quick highlight and overview of Stadia. And so I'll leave it there.
So one question that most of our delegates have, Jonathan, is when is Stadia coming to India?
So, yeah, as I said, I have nothing to announce on that front. We're live in 14 countries, constantly looking, studying, looking at market dynamics and others, but nothing to announce regarding market expansion at this time.
And another question coming in is, why do most of the games require more disk space than the initial download?
I'm not sure I quite understand that question. The reason for that is one of the benefits of Stadia is that you actually don't run into those disk space and limitations because you're streaming it from the cloud. And so all of that is being stored in our data centers. So that is one of the unique benefits. I know that there's been a lot of press about this, games being really, really big, and how do you manage, how do you get the expand your storage on you don't have to worry about that at Stadia. That's all happening in the cloud. And so you have enough storage for all the games that you want to have.
That's great. And another question coming in is, what percentage of Stadia users play games on mobile? So,
yeah, we've been really impressed as the more Android devices that we have enabled. That's where we've been focused today. That definitely mobile gameplay is definitely something that gamers are enjoying. I can't get into specific numbers, but we do anticipate that as we onboard sort of the iOS experience, that should increase as well.
Another question, Jonathan, is the kind of different games that you guys are introducing on Stadia, is it to suit the audience in different countries, or the kind of interaction or experience you guys have been gaining?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I understand the question correctly, it's, are we looking at new gaming experiences that can enable different countries? Is that the question?
That, and are different games made available on the platform to suit the audience in different countries, basically?
Yeah, I mean, we're constantly looking at the type of games that are being played in the countries that we are in, and looking into, and trying to match the content to the audience, because that's really important. And so, yes, we were definitely looking at that data, and helping that drive our process for partnerships.
Okay, and I guess this would be one of our last questions. Which kind of devices are used most to access Stadia?
I think right now, really popular on television, on computers as well. The computer experience is very just seamless. Again, just with Chrome, click a button, you're immediately into a game, and you don't need to bring any hardware to do that. You can play on mouse and keyboard. You can plug in a controller that you already own, and so that experience has been very popular with the gamers on our platform. On television, it does need to be a cast-enabled device, so the easiest way to do that is to plug in a Chromecast, and you will need our controller to play on that platform. So there is a little bit more of a requirement there. And so we do find that currently that's where the majority of players are playing. So primarily on computer, but also people are enjoying television a lot as well. But as we are enabling gameplay on more Android devices, and as we're looking to expand to iOS, we do anticipate that will bring in a good amount of people too.
Great. So with that, I guess we're close to closing this session. Do you have any final closing words that you would like
Yeah.
to communicate?
Yeah, just want to thank everyone for coming to the session and listening to and learning a little bit more about Stadia. If you have any questions about it, please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, and I'm happy to share more details if there are more specific questions that people have.
That's great. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for being with us today. I would like to conclude the session by thanking our speakers, all our delegates, our partners, and our supporters for making Ghetto 2020 possible. Once again, thank you so much for being with us. Have a great day.